many locations throughout Paris, including the Edmond de Rothschild Bank. Okay, and that Ariane de Rothschild and Brigitte Macron, i.e. Jean-Michel de Rothschild, are being investigated. I'm also hearing from other French sources that if you see a visit of Brigitte Macron to the White House, it means that he has fled France to the United States to avoid arrest and is now being sheltered by his, actors like the fake Donald Trump, who's been around since June of 2025, replaced the real one, who we all miss. And as a reminder, what a jerk this guy is. Watch this him interacting with heads of state and flirting with Caroline Levitt. The Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae came back to Japan after visiting the White House, saying she'd been humiliated, insulted, and would never visit the United States again. And Japan immediately made a deal to buy oil in yuan and dump the petrodollar. So well done, fake Donald Trump. You just alienated the most important ally the United States has, financially anyway. The sooner this guy goes, the better. Now, here's another example why these goofballs need to be removed from our screens. They need to be arrested in front of the cameras and taken away and to don't appear on our screens again. Listen to this reality show actor Pete Hegseth saying that the United States is a terrorist nation that bombs countries.
And I think
This goofball does not control the United States Armed Forces. They don't control anything. That's why they're being forced to use videos from video games, because they're out of the loop. The U.S. military is not obeying these people, and for very good reason, because they are not in charge of the United States, and they're not working for the United States. They're working for a cult that is trying to enslave us. And here is a rabbi from the Khazarian mafia, the Satanist side of the, pretending to be Jews, saying that they're going to enslave all of humanity, including China and the West. And they're not, okay? They're not going to enslave anybody. They're going to be taken down, and it's going to be for good this time. They're being hunted down, and we need to get more people on the case. And I'd especially like to talk to American military veterans who were fooled into risking their lives for these clowns. Take a look at this veteran talking about how the veterans are the biggest sleeper cell in America. And like he says, they've been waiting for something. Well, this is it. The United States is officially bankrupt because of these people. They've taken all your money, and there's nothing left to take. And now it's time to remove their control of the financial system. And that can be done. I also recommend that the veterans descend on all the Chabad Lubavitch facilities, because they are not Jews. They are Satanists who are causing great trouble for the Jews, and they really, need to be dealt with permanently. And I mean arrested, taken in for questioning, and removed from all sorts of control over society. Including, here you can watch the fake Donald Trump honoring Rabbi Schneerson, who, calls non-Jews, which is not, I should say non-Satanists, because these aren't Jews. They need to be taken in, they need to be removed from circulation. But the fact that their boss, the Rothschild bosses, are being taken down in Europe is a good sign. And there's also a big cleanup of the British royal family. This is an old video from Buckingham Palace, but it's worth reviewing, because you can see a child trying to escape from the palace, a naked child, obviously, probably in fear for his life. Prince William, who's now in charge of the British Royals, is not part of this cult. His real father is actually the King of Spain. He's a Habsburg. He's a Christian, and he's going to help clean up England. And if he doesn't, then he's got to be removed too, because enough is enough. These people have been causing trouble all over the world, and it is well overdue time for justice. And again, I'd like to remind the American people that you're not in debt. You're in a system of Babylonian debt slavery, which we are going to bring to an end. We need to have the military white hats occupy the treasury, and I've negotiated with the Asians because you really do have a trade deficit. You have been getting stuff from the rest of the world and not paying for it for more than 40 years. They're willing to write off all your debt as soon as you remove this satanic scum from your government and arrest all the pedophiles. Then all the debt will be written off. You'll have no more mortgages to pay. You'll have no more rent to pay. And, trillions and trillions of dollars will be used to rebuild your industry and your infrastructure. Another thing is, I noticed that since the U.S. government is bankrupt, airports are shutting down. I would recommend that the airlines charge a surtax on air tickets to hire back the, air traffic controllers. And I also suggest you get some advice from Japan. Here in Japan, I can show up at Haneda Airport 15 minutes before my flight and catch it to anywhere in a domestic flights, and you don't have to go through all that humiliating body searches and stuff that they do. So, the whole federal government needs to be shut down, and the U.S. military will be taken care of as long as they clean up the mess. But, it is happening, folks. We're finally getting to the point where these ancient cults of Satan worshippers are going to be removed from control of the West and never, ever, ever again be allowed to try to seize power. Because they were caught in the act. Let's face it, the raids on the Edmund de Rothschild Bank are very, very important. And, I previously, found in Bank of Japan documents that they control the Bank of Japan, and I'm pretty sure they also control the Fed and all the other banks in conjunction with the British Rothschilds. Although the British Rothschilds are not the same kind of people. I've been interacting with them, and they support the idea of a future planning agency and working on behalf of humanity. So it's the De Rothschilds that seem to be the problem. But of course, we don't want any, secret family in charge of the financial system. This needs to be open, and it needs to be available for everyone to see and participate in. And that's what we'll be working on. And, as a reminder of what happens when you have a government that actually is trying to make the country better instead of trying to rip people off, take a look at this latest clip from China where people can go up a mountain in an escalator. And, this is the sort of thing they build for their people instead of wasting all their money that have nothing to do with the United States, which is what your current government does with your money. So take a look. And that's the sort of thing we can do in the United States as soon as these filths are removed. And it will happen. It is happening. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. It says, no evidence exists in search results of Chinese elders giving away U.S. Treasury bonds. China holds $761 billion in U.S. Treasuries as the second largest foreign owner, with experts warning a mass sell-off could spike U.S. borrowing costs and disrupt markets. But no reports mention elders or gifting. Related topics include the U.S. pension funds investing 68 to 73 billion in China since 2020, despite security risks, and U.S. bondholders seeking repayments on 1.6 trillion in century-old Chinese debt. Where did you get the information on China getting rid of USA bonds?
First of all, the internet in the English-speaking world is completely censored and useless. It's not a source of information anymore. It's a source of mind control. I am an analog reporter. I physically meet people face to face. I've actually met members of the Dragon family. I've physically held the bonds in my hand. We've taken them, and I can deliver these bonds to the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. I've called the Treasury representative. This is real. They have real gold. And, the Chinese are not supporting Howard Lutnick and that whole fake Trump regime, and are not going to. They're pulling the plug. They have pulled the plug. And if you look at the data, you'll see that the biggest buyers of U.S. Treasuries are crypto coins and little offshore places like the Cayman Islands. In other words, it's completely fraudulent now. Nobody's buying these bonds. That's the reality. So again, trust the analog world and stay away from too much of the disinformation on the internet. Just go look at the grocery stores and see what's happening to prices with your own eyes and your own wallet, and you'll know that everything they're putting out now is lies about the economy in the U.S. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your March 13th Q&A, you said Scott Bessent will be hunted down if he doesn't use the bonds the Dragon family supplied to the United States through him. However, you then say that this madness has to stop and the military needs to take action. On one hand, you say action will be taken. On the other hand, you say the military needs to take action. So is the Dragon family going to act, or are you waiting for the military? Has either side definitely said that they will move on Bessent?
I'm not going to say any more. I said that he got one warning, and that's all he got. And the point is that we need the official U.S. government to accept a kind offer to write off all your debts and finance reconstruction of your beautiful country, which is I share with you as a Canadian. And this will happen, but it has to be an official government representative to acknowledge this. And since they're not, we're facing no choice but to shut them down, and this is going to cause hardship for the American people. But just watch and see, okay? Talking is over. You watch and see what happens. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You say the only ships being blocked in in the Strait of Hormuz are ours and Israel's, but we do not get oil from the Middle East at all. We have kept the strait open for decades for the rest of the world, mostly Asia, and it seems to be that most of the oil that comes through this strait is primarily for Asia and mostly China. So where do you have this information that the United States' oil is being blocked from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's not United States oil. What's happening is, for example, since the United States invaded Iraq on, false charges, all the Iraqi oil revenue has been going to the owners of the Federal Reserve Board, and it's that money and that oil that's being cut off. So it's not American oil; it's American controlled oil that is being blocked, and that's not the American people, but the oligarchs like the Rockefellers who are being blocked. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Joe Kent was a Bernie supporter. He has been excluded from secret information for several months now due to him being suspected of leaking said secret information. So, in my opinion, he was certainly not in the loop of the information regarding why we went to war with Iran, and I don't think he is going to be a valuable source of opinion on Iran. What are your thoughts on this, specifically in regards to Joe Kent leaking information?
Well, I don't have any information. All I know is that as soon as he criticized Israel and Israeli control of the United States military, suddenly they said he's leaking information and they're going to prosecute him. This is the same FBI that hasn't arrested a single. And I think he was sort of like me. I was the Asia Pacific bureau chief for Forbes magazine. That's about as high as you can get before you hit the glass ceiling where the people who really control the planet are. And he was in the same. He could see the people running the White House, but since he wasn't part of that little club, he could only look at from the outside. And when he tried to do stuff about terrorism inside the United States, which was his job, and the chief source of terrorism in the United States is Israel, then he was blocked, and so he quit in disgust. That's what I know about him, and that's what you should be looking at. This war on Iran is about stealing money because the United States has run out, and they're losing the Iraqi money. That's what this is about. So that's what I have to say on that. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. Although I do like your bright future dream, it doesn't seem to be reasonable in the United States. China, Russia, Iran, etc. are not going to risk their soldiers and equipment to help 90% of Americans that want to go against their government. They probably could be paid to do it. Why don't we pay them the west coast of the United States and Alaska in order to free the United States from our governmental tyranny?
What the Asians have offered is to hire the U.S. military to free the American people, to make sure that they continue to get their paychecks and maintain their, organizational integrity in exchange for, cleaning up the satanic filth who have taken over your political system.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the deep state continues to be dismantled through a meticulously planned operation known as the movie, according to Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, wife of JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. This strategic approach allows patriots to witness the fall of the cabal as white hat forces, led by President Donald Trump and the global military alliance, restore the republic and deliver justice for treason against the nation and humanity. Recent intelligence in late April 2026 reveals many famous figures arrested or executed. Body doubles and advanced technology maintain the public illusion, giving time for the Great Awakening without chaos. Jimmy Kimmel awaits military tribunal for spreading propaganda and harmful activities. Oprah Winfrey was arrested and placed under house arrest, her globalist connections disrupted. Joe Biden has been removed, with body doubles appearing publicly. Barack Obama was arrested and executed after breaching a plea deal. Michelle Obama was executed soon after. Bill Gates and Melinda Gates were executed for crimes against humanity. In entertainment, Lady Gaga was arrested and executed for occult practices and deep state ties. Ellen DeGeneres remains on house arrest. Alec Baldwin and his brother were arrested and executed. The Kardashian family members, including Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, Kylie, and Kris Jenner, are on house arrest awaiting tribunals. Taylor Swift, Caitlyn Jenner and Dustin Hoffman are detained. Guantanamo Bay processes high-value targets through tribunals. Many provide intelligence, aiding the alliance. Deep state operatives are neutralized, or turned to support the plan. As the movie advances in 2026, victory signs abound for tentative patriots. Trump supporters and Q followers confirm the storm is winning. The forces of light prevail, accelerating the Great Awakening. The Republic rebirths free from globalist control. Patriots, stay vigilant and trust the plan. Doubles allow the public show to continue, spreading truth further. This final battle ensures victory of light, bringing freedom and prosperity to those upholding the Constitution. Evergreen was believed to not only be carrying trafficked children, but weapons of mass destruction. Many other ships that were blocked in the Suez Canal last week were also discovered to be carrying weapons, believed to be used to start a war in the Middle East. Why? The weapons were going to be given to the Muslims by the Israel Mossad. Human traffickers were being arrested and cartels busted, losing critical income for their owners worldwide. The deep state operation was said to have lost $400 million an hour while the ships were stuck for a week. That would pale in comparison to what those children were undergoing. It was rumored that holes in Microsoft software allowed someone, or ones, to hack into the Evergreen ship software, take over the steering and run it into the bank. We may never be given the whole story. So far the Evergreen ship's captain in the Suez Canal has refused to cooperate. Now why on earth would a ship's captain not cooperate, unless there were major reasons? Won't hand over the black box. Why would a vessel of that size from Taiwan list its first destination as the Netherlands? Why would the below news article not mention Amsterdam? Only Dutch, lots of significant signals and clues were being released. Egypt could seek $1 billion from ship Ever Given, Suez Canal blockage, Egypt could seek $1 billion from ship Ever Given. Guido Fawkes telegram on Thursday 1st of April, Ever Given has been boarded by the U.S. Navy SEALs and they have opened several cargo containers with live and dead inside. The vessel is in Bitter Lake and the Navy is performing unloading procedures. No images will be leaked, but I have been sent one. In other news on Tuesday morning, President Donald J. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump welcomed His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla for a ceremony honoring the special U.S.U.K. relationship as America marks 250 years of independence. Too bad they sent a body double of King Charles for the occasion. Charles died March 28, 2026 according to Juan Savin, who we know as JFK Jr., Vice President of the Restored Republic. It gets a little confusing, huh? More importantly, President Trump announced activation of the Nizara-Jazara laws, which return the people's money back to the people, Nizara for the U.S., Jazara for the world. For centuries the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal has changed different nations' political atmosphere and laws so they gained control of taxpayer monies, then they laundered the money back into their own pockets after funding pet projects that help them maintain control over people of the world. The Q movement's plan headed by Trump and JFK Jr. was changing all that. Right now Space Force and the military White Hats, headed by President Trump, were in full control, with final sequence of the plan activated. Imminent Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, override expected after the Iran phase completed, Syria next. 10 days of darkness plus lockdowns coming to protect we the people during mass arrests of deep state elites. Project Odin was already live where the new Starlink satellite system has secured all communications on Earth in connection with those mass arrests, while promoting quantum Tesla-free energy to replace the nuclear lies, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Tuesday, April 28, 2026 confirmed, a body double of a fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Tuesday, April 28, 2026 Elon Musk informed members of Congress that virtually all the taxpayer money going to NGOs in Afghanistan, the paper trail leads back to Washington, D.C., into Democrat coffers. Burchett suspects some Republicans get a piece too. Why? Whistleblowers expose that our election software is completely compromised and that serious criminal conduct is taking place and that they know this, yet they still clear and certify the machines for use and have these people oversee and work in our elections. The United States military controls a giant unidentified craft at a secret foreign installation. The deep state buried this asset for decades to prevent breakthroughs delivering superior technology to the military and citizens. Globalists blocked advances that could shatter energy dependence and outdated weapons systems. Be possible timing, 10 days of darkness, Medbed Technologies on Telegram. This week the world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash. Banks go under and across the world, the global currency reset replaces our fiat economy with gold/asset-backed currencies that trade at a 1-to-1 with each other. On Tuesday, April 28, 2026 White Hat insiders dropped as the alliance forces the final takedown of the deep state medical cabal and Big Pharma's reign of terror. On Friday, May 1, 2026 with President Trump in full control, the largest transfer of wealth in human history occurs when the world changes from the deep state cabal's old fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. The freedom from debt Nizara-Jazara laws were scheduled to be implemented worldwide as the GCR ignited the gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump's sovereign treasury ends the Federal Reserve scam forever. Wealth transfer unfolds with Medbed pods deploying in Republic centers. D. Global financial collapse, twos. April 28, 2026, breaking, Fed rate decision drops tomorrow at 2 p.m. ET, markets on edge for potential shock move, twos. April 28, 2026. In the past week 40 banks in China have collapsed, Saturday, April 25, 2026. U.S. banking failures. E2s. April 28, 2026, the Epstein files reveal that Israel hijacked control of the Bitcoin network over a decade ago, EBS on Telegram. Israel was paying the salaries of 60% of Bitcoin's core developers and offered highly elusive gifts behind the scenes. Epstein and Israel were also major investors in Blockstream, a company that works with Tether and exerts significant influence over Bitcoin. They can manipulate the price by issuing unbacked Tether, control the network's code because they hired most of the developers, and own a majority of the nodes. This suggests Israel likely has direct access to and influence over Bitcoin. The idea of decentralization is clearly illusory, and it is deeply concerning that the network could be manipulated by a single state operating behind the scenes. F. Global currency reset. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks across the globe shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. 2s. April 28, 2026. Bruce, the big call, a major contact in Iraq, said that the new prime minister has been appointed today. It was not Sudani. A bond paymaster said bondholders were to receive an email Thursday afternoon telling them what was in their account and telling them when they could access those funds. At 2 p.m. Wednesday, April 29, 2026, we are supposed to get a cut in interest rates from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell. Around the 4th of May, Powell will be replaced by a new Fed chairman. 800 numbers could be received by Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, on Thursday, April 30, 2026. Redemption Center leaders are going into work on Thursday, 30th of April morning 2026. It was Bruce's opinion Tier 4B would start exchange appointments on Friday, May 1, 2026. On Wednesday, 29th of April, the new dinar rate is supposed to be on the Forex. When you call the 800 number to get your appointment, it will be maintained by an AI. The AI will give you directions on how to get to a live person at a redemption center. Don't get to your appointment more than 10 min. early. You have around 30 to 40 minutes to do your appointment. You will leave the redemption center with a Q phone and perk list plus a certificate to get your new computer, a Wells Fargo account, a Wells Fargo debit/credit card. Have in mind how much money you need for the first 60 to 90 days so it can be moved from your quantum account into your secondary bank account. Bruce feels we will get access to our new accounts on Friday, May 1, 2026. G2s. April 28, 2026, in the context of GCR, Global Currency Reset, in the realm of the Global Currency Reset, Tier 1 to 5 has an entirely different meaning. It represents a hierarchy of awareness, readiness, and access, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 1, Central Banks, Sovereign Treasuries, Financial Elites, Tier 2, Private Banking Institutions, Massive Trusts, Religious Financial Networks, Tier 3, Historical Bondholders, Private Wealth Families, Whales. Tier 4A, Military-Connected Insiders and Operatives, Tier 4B, the Awakened Digital Community, YOU, Tier 5, the General Unaware Public. H2s. April 28, 2026. Attention, Global Financial Emergency. The Global Currency Reset is here, Project Odin Martial Law on Telegram. The world is about to go through a terrible financial collapse. The Global Currency Reset, GCR, Nizar and Jazara, and the Quantum Financial System, QFS, are no longer just rumors. The storm is here, and the powerful are working hard to keep the damage from spreading before you find out the truth. The Black Swan event is happening right in front of us. The world's biggest economies are broke. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand can't keep up with their debt any longer. The economy is falling apart, and a huge change is on the way that will affect everything. The Great Reset or the People's Reset. They want to keep you busy while they change the financial order in secret. The QFS is going to replace the corrupt banking system that has kept us in chains for hundreds of years, though. People say that this system is backed by gold and is fully decentralized. It will get rid of central banks and their criminal control over the world's money. The elites are aware that time is running out for them. They need the crash to happen the way they want it to. They need you to not be ready. But we can see through their lies. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on its way. The EBS is ready to go in the middle of all this chaos. Why? The world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, the banks go under, and the truth about Nisar al-Jazara comes out. We've reached the point of no return. The Federal Reserve is no more. The IMF is in a hurry. The dollar is falling apart, and the fiat money system is going up in flames. What will come out of the ashes? A fair system backed by assets that gives power back to the people. What you need to do right now? Get cash in hand before the banks close. Get rid of fiat money right away. Gold, silver, and cryptocurrencies, XRP, XLM, XDC, will be the new money base. Look out for EBS activation, the last revelation is on its way. The elites are scared because the people are becoming aware. The storm is here, and nothing can stop what's about to happen. Get ready for the worst, because the financial war is about to reach its peak. iGuru Information and Intel, Twos. April 28, 2026 Titanic to Kennedy Assassination to Q Movement, 107. J. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 29, 2026, Twos. April 28, 2026, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse. They want us to open the Hormuz Strait, as soon as possible, as they try to figure out their leadership situation, which I believe they will be able to do. President Donald J. Trump. Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking overnight Intel drop, total shock, Trump targeted, Melania steps forward, Iran war clouds grow and King Charles arrives in D.C., Intel drop, April 28, 2026. Twos. April 28, 2026, Code Red, Britain's last play, the hidden hand behind Trump's third assassination attempt, Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking, Supreme Court greenlights Texas map, GOP power surge of +5 House seats locked in for 2026, April 28, 2026. Twos. April 28, 2026, boom, special report, Florida moves to ban geoengineering, chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm. Twos. April 28, 2026, breaking bombshell, federal judge orders arrest warrant for James Comey, U.S. Marshals directed to take former FBI chief into custody in explosive escalation, April 28, 2026. K2s. April 28, 2026 confirmed, a body double of a fake King Charles was hosted at the White House today. The real Charles died March 28, 2026. His replacement was used in the U.S. visit, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. Trump steered talks to trade deals protecting American factories, equitable NATO payments, Iran, and the 250th anniversary of independence. He demanded concessions for workers and borders as the replica delivered handler scripted lines via hidden devices. Trump received intelligence on the death in advance with biometric scans and burial records proving the substitution. He confirmed all mismatches. The schedule enabled vital intelligence collection alongside America First advances in border security and manufacturing jobs. Teams logged makeup flaws and voice anomalies under scrutiny. The replica faces a congressional address and state dinner under bright lights exposing further issues. Plans include New York stops for memorial events with first responders before UK departure. Deep state operatives deployed the double to fight pro-American policies on tariffs and energy. Trump holds biometric evidence and full records from every encounter. The truth will be revealed to the public when President Trump chooses, exposing the London-Washington deception. American sovereignty remains the priority as the fake fails inspection. S2s. April 28, 2026 They didn't just miss. They exposed the entire operation. Read the manifesto of the man who tried to assassinate the Commander-in-Chief. Read it very carefully, Mr. Poole. The final chapter on Telegram. Cole Allen. 31. Caltech engineer. Kamala Harris donor. Self-proclaimed friendly federal assassin. He bypassed airport-level security with multiple weapons. He checked into the hotel days in advance. He traveled across the country by train to avoid TSA facial recognition. But here's the detail they are trying to scrub from the internet. He had a kill list of every top Trump official in the room, except one. He specifically wrote that he would not target FBI Director Kash Patel. Why does a radicalized leftist assassin spare the director of the FBI? Connect the dots. Move 1. The deep state realizes Trump is dismantling their medical and financial matrix. Move 2. They activate a highly intelligent, programmable asset with zero criminal record. Move 3. They leave the FBI director off the kill list to frame it as an inside job if Trump dies. It was a setup. A multi-layered coup. Bill already saw the board. He survived. He smiled. And he just handed the military tribunals their final piece of evidence. The piece he asked for yesterday. That was the final warning. May 5th. The storm doors open. Code, manifesto decoded / Operation Checkmate / Sleeper Cell burned. They are out of options. T2s. April 28, 2026 explosive. Congressman Eric Burleson confirms U.S. military controls giant unidentified craft at foreign site, structure built around object, secret programs exposed, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson confirmed the United States military controls a giant unidentified craft at a secret foreign installation. The craft is so massive that engineers constructed a structure around it on site as it could not be transported to America. This exposes the scale of covert programs within the intelligence community. American forces guard the craft at a U.S.-operated facility on foreign soil. Burleson learned the details in secure classified briefings. The deep state buried this asset for decades to prevent breakthroughs delivering superior technology to the military and citizens. Globalists blocked advances that could shatter energy dependence and outdated weapons systems. Reverse engineering proceeds secretly while Americans face high fuel costs and vulnerable chains. The craft features propulsion-defying physics and advanced materials. The building was erected because the object defies movement. President Trump acts as the disclosure president pushing out hidden files. Burleson credits Trump with opening doors via the America First agenda to strengthen sovereignty. Trump dismantles information gatekeepers controlling what officials and the public know. This revelation comes as the executive branch battles bureaucratic resistance. Foreign partners helped maintain limits on American dominance. Taxpayers fund black projects without receiving benefits from discoveries. The deep state favors control over prosperity. The craft holds keys to cheap energy powering cities without oil and indestructible materials. Military uses would secure borders without foreign entanglements. Burleson seeks further investigation and possible site visits. Patriots in Congress challenge obstruction by officials serving global interests over the Constitution. Sovereignty is at stake as networks keep technology hidden. Citizens endure higher costs and compromised security from suppression. New industries could rise if technologies were released. Veterans deserve advanced gear from these assets. False narratives sustained unaccountable funding. Patriots demand answers on custody and deployment. The military controls this asset and must weaponize its secrets for the Republic. The time for full transparency has come to benefit the American people. U2s. April 28, 2026 definition of New World Order. New World Order on Telegram. New World Order. SPLC equals DNC/GOP equals USED equals CARE equals ABC equals CNN equals CBS equals UN equals PBS equals BLM equals LGBTQIA plus equals NBC equals HHS equals WHO equals WEF equals BIS equals AMA equals CIA equals MI6 equals Red Cross equals Open Society equals Clinton Foundation equals a global monetary washing machine financed by a global banking cartel hidden by a legal cartel financed by the banking cartel that finances team players of all colors, stripes and industries that go along to get along with the cult. Soon every cell phone on the planet will be hit with 7 trumpet sounds transmitted from the Starlink satellites, bypassing the elite-controlled media channels. The alliance has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication lines. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. This week the world will enter a new era of financial independence when the markets crash, banks go under, and across the world, the global currency reset replaces our fiat economy with gold/asset-backed currencies that trade at a 1-to-1 with each other. This truth of the Nizar and Jazara laws was scheduled to be implemented worldwide beginning Friday, May 1, 2026. On that Friday, 1st of May, with President Trump in full control, the largest transfer of wealth in human history occurs when the world changes from the deep state cabal's old fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America. Be possible timing. On Thursday, April 30, 2026, the old world ends. The EBS will activate Tesla-free energy to the general public worldwide. The Tesla protocol includes the quantum financial system. FISA's surveillance expires and all intercepts must be acted on before 30th of April. Epstein hearing subpoenas must be issued before April 30th. Juan Savin on Telegram. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at 3:33 UTC, a pulse from Cheyenne Mountain will ignite Phase 7 of the QFS activation. Before Friday 1st of May, get your ID confirmed on the new quantum financial system. Between Sunday, June 28, 2026 and Friday, July 3, 2026, confirmed ID citizens in each country would receive a strange secure link to the new quantum financial system. The link will walk you through how to onboard onto your new money account, wallet, where you already have a digitized asset-backed sovereign balance, plus have mirrored your old bank account balance. If you suddenly receive a strange secure link, it's not a scam, it's your portal. However, your ID must be confirmed before Friday, May 1, 2026. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, Quantum Financial System activated, global access via QFS. Free for all, ending big pharma gatekeeping. Longevity becomes reality. Additional medbed pods deployed in major restored Republic centers. On Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump addresses nation on health freedom victory. Light triumphs over darkness. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026, world unites in healing stories. Cabal medical tyranny ends. Anti-aging and full regeneration protocols become available for key supporters of the Great Awakening. Which meant Trump was forming a restored republic that would abide by concepts of the original Constitution and encouraging other nations to do the same. Which meant having free and fair elections, that in the U.S. were expected by July 4, 2026. Which meant forming a global gold/asset-backed economy. So on Saturday, May 2, 2026, all banks worldwide were scheduled to switch from the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system. Which would take away the cabal's stolen money supply and take down the deep state cabal. Which meant Trump could and would give the people's monies back to the people. We would be free from debt. All that, right before the 2020 election, President Trump secretly signed an executive order declaring the nation to be under martial law. The purpose was to create a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid, or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military and Global Military Alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states, against global and political elites mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Now Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including what was estimated to be 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie, played by actors and clones for the past 6 years since 2020, was coming to an end. Soon an emergency broadcast system will introduce all, including martial law, to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in a place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut, TV, radio and the internet down, and cell phones only work for 911 calls, or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days, where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2, 2026, the worldwide gold/asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. On Thursday, April 30, 2026, Old World ends with EBS activating Tesla-free energy, QFS and medbeds. FISA expires, sparking arrests of traitors in election fraud and trafficking. Patriots stock up for the shift. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, QFS operational globally. Additional medbed pods activate allowing mass healings. Jazara debt forgiveness begins as gold-backed prosperity reigns and fiat dies. Deep state control grid collapses. On Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump addresses health freedom exposing big pharma horrors. Martial law and EBS disclosures secure cities. Monday, April 27, 2026, the activation of Jazara accelerates on May 1, 2026, applying global debt cancellation, dissolving corrupt tax structures and channeling trillions recovered from the fortunes of the cabal directly to sovereign accounts protected by the QFS worldwide, Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, completes its full integration on May 1, 2026, securing gold-guaranteed digital accounting records in 209 countries, cutting central bank control and pre-financing patriotic ransom portfolios with unbreakable quantum cryptography. The QFS Golden Rush kicks off on May 2, 2026, flooding with liquidity unprecedented ISO 20022 compatible assets like XRP and XLM, crashing the dominance of fiat and unleashing the largest transfer of wealth in human history. Monday, April 27, 2026, emergency broadcast system and martial law. President Donald J. Trump has said, "We will soon be liberated in this land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light." Confirmation, to the public, of what is occurring will then be revealed and will not be openly accepted. Public riots are being organized in serious numbers in an effort to prevent the arrest and capture of more senior public officials. On POTUS order, a state of temporary military control will be actioned, and special ops carried out. False leaks have been made to retain several within the confines of the United States to prevent extradition and ensure special operator necessity. Rest assured, the safety and well-being of every man, woman, and child of this country is being exhausted fully. However, the atmosphere within the country will unfortunately be divided, as so many have fallen for the corrupt and evil narrative that has long been broadcast. We will be initiating the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, during this time in an effort to provide a direct message, avoiding the fake news, to all citizens. Organizations and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. Certain laws have been pre-written to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations, at home and abroad. The event, EBS, Jazara activation, G-event finalization Jazara law and EBS, the last calibration before global acknowledgement of Jazara law, the EBS, and irreversible system-wide disclosure, Tier 4B martial law. There is a reason the lights are flickering, the satellites are shifting, and the data flows are being rerouted. The entire planet is now entering the most advanced stage of military transition ever orchestrated. This is not theoretical. This is not speculation. This is operational. Behind the scenes, all 34 targeted structures are now confirmed to be mapped by orbital DO systems. Vatican server backups were extracted during last week's blackout drills. Rothschild-owned clearinghouses in Belgium, Israel, and New York were seized in silent night raids under the cover of cyber disruptions. Chinese crypto fraud networks, controlled by Khazarian intermediaries, are being wiped, permanently, and replaced with ISO 20022 rails tethered to gold. The EBS, contrary to media silence, has already completed a successful trial across 10 strategic regions, each running pre-broadcast suppression diagnostics under Project Odin's oversight. This is how you flip the switch without collapsing the psyche of an unprepared world. Quantum systems check. Starlink Lattice is now in full quantum grid sync across 5 orbital tiers. Project Odin uplinks confirmed to override Mossad media satellite feeds. QFS data injection trials began silently across IMF outposts last week. ISO token pathways were tested for 72 hours inside EU's central clearing hubs. The event itself is biblical, not in metaphor, but in consequence. The fake World War III panic will act as the ignition event, the emotional catalyst to bring every sleeping citizen to full attention. Sirens will blare. TV signals will vanish. Markets will plunge. People will scream. And then, silence. In that void, everything shifts. Expect Tesla energy relay pulses activating across 9 test zones, media asset purges, coordinated and irreversible, vaulted execution footage from tribunals to air via secure EBS protocol, Activation of rainbow-backed digital wallets in all aligned nations. Strategic resignation or arrests of remaining public cabal figures. The illusion is collapsing. The real structure is already in place. QFS. Medbeds. Biometric sovereign systems. Justice grids. Quantum truth hubs. Everything we told you was coming, is already functional. Guru Information and Intel. On Monday, April 27, 2026, there are 13 families who rule the world, the shadow forces behind the New World Order. 10 Savin, JFK Jr., on Telegram. The shadow forces behind the New World Order follow a calculated slow agenda for complete control over humanity and Earth's resources. Known as the totalitarian tiptoe, this strategy advances in small steps so the public barely notices their liberties being taken away as the NWO power structure expands. Sitting at the top of the pyramid is the Council of the 13 Families, an ultra-elite group that orchestrates major world events. These are the most powerful bloodlines who consider themselves descendants of ancient gods with the right to rule over everyone else. The families are Rothschild, Bruce, Cavendish, de Medici, Hanover, Habsburg, Krupp, Plantagenet, Rockefeller, Romanov, Sinclair, Warburg, and Windsor. The Rothschild lead this group with enormous wealth estimated at $500 trillion, controlling the global banking empire. They operate through key institutions including the City of London, the U.S. Federal Reserve, the Vatican, and Washington, D.C. Each functions as an independent sovereign entity beyond normal laws and courts. Secret societies serve as lower-level branches carrying out the agenda while their members remain unaware of the true masters. The greatest tool of enslavement is the financial system, turning people into currency slaves. Most work unfulfilling jobs solely for the next paycheck, never achieving real security. This keeps individuals too busy and stressed for self-education or spiritual awakening. The elite want obedient workers, not free thinkers. Forward-thinking individuals like Jacques Fresco have designed plans for a resource-based economy with self-sustaining cities built by advanced robots. In this future, money becomes obsolete and people can reach their full potential. The time has come for patriots and truth-seekers to awaken. Humanity must choose between submitting to the New World Order, or uniting in peaceful resistance to build a free world without elite financial control. Monday, April 27, 2026 update. Trump's no more property taxes push gains force. DeSantis moves to eliminate property taxes. 6 states cut to zero. Monday, April 27, 2026 breaking military intel. U.S. Space Force activates Golden Dome. $3.2 billion shield to dominate the skies. Monday, April 27, 2026 exposed. Rh-negative blood, intelligence, mythology, and super soldiers. Why are many Rh-negative people being tracked by intelligence agencies? Monday, April 27, 2026 JFK's historic speech, April 27, 1961, expose, Obama, Hillary, Bush, Pope Francis, military tribunals, crimes against humanity and NWO. Monday, April 27, 2026 $4,650 billion, $4.6 trillion, missing from Pentagon, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The Pentagon just failed its 8th audit in a row. 8 years. 8 failures. And they still can't tell you where $4.65 trillion in assets went. Not millions. Not billions. Trillions. They spend $800 billion a year. They just requested $1.5 trillion for next year, the largest military budget in human history. And they can't pass a basic audit. Any corporation that failed 8 audits would be in prison. But the Pentagon? They get a raise. Where does money go when nobody's watching? Black budget programs. Facilities with no name. Projects with no paper trail. Technology that doesn't officially exist. In September 2001, Donald Rumsfeld stood at a podium and announced that $2.3 trillion was missing from the Pentagon. The next day, September 11, the exact office investigating those missing funds was hit. The accountants died. The investigation died. The money stayed missing. Now it's not $2.3 trillion. It's $4.65 trillion. The number doubled. The silence stayed the same. Until Doge walked in. Musk's team accessed systems no civilian has ever touched. They found ghost accounts. Phantom employees. Payments to entities that don't exist. May 15. Internal Doge report drops. They know where the money went. And it wasn't spent on defense. $4.65 trillion unaccounted for. Monday, April 27, 2026. Hillary Clinton funded the notorious terrorist jihadist group ISIS with $80 billion of U.S. taxpayer monies, plus huge arms exports from the U.S., White Hats on Telegram. Never forget Julian Assange's leaked emails on Clinton. There's an early 2014 email from Hillary Clinton not so long after she left Secretary of State, to her campaign manager John Podesta. That email states that ISIL is funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Under Hillary Clinton, and our Clinton emails reveal, the largest ever arms deal in the world was made with Saudi Arabia, more than $80 billion. In fact, during her tenure as Secretary of State, total arms exports from the United States, in terms of their dollar value, doubled. And of course the consequence of that is that this notorious terrorist jihadist group called ISIL or ISIS is created largely with money from the very people who are giving money to the Clinton Foundation. Monday, April 27, 2026, it's time for RICO charges to destroy this criminal syndicate once and for all, from the top, all the way down to the foot soldiers and NGOs, Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. Federal Reserve financial accounts say NGOs held a total of over $14.12 trillion in assets in 2025, all going to destroy America. The Government Accountability Institute, GAI, analysis presented directly to the Trump administration, mapped over $159.7 million in grants from major left-wing donor networks straight into organizations categorized as domestic extremists. These aren't random donations. They're strategic investments in what Guy calls the protest industrial complex. A web of fiscal sponsors, dark money pass-throughs, and activist NGOs that turn ideology into street action, campus disruption. Narrative control, political pressure, mostly funded by your taxpayer dollars funneled through grants and organizations like USAID and corrupt NGOs to destroy America and turn it into a third world, Marxist garbage of a country. Monday, April 27, 2026. Whoa, the taxpayer money laundering must be insane, EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The Federal Reserve has revealed that U.S. NGOs have more in assets than the combined 2025 GDP estimates for Japan, Germany and India combined. The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money. India and Japan's GDP each just over $4 trillion, Germany $5 trillion, about $13.5 trillion together. Guess what? The combined assets held by U.S. NGOs equals $14.2 trillion of your tax money and that of your children and grandchildren and great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. Ever wonder why everything is so absolutely unaffordable today? It's not actually rocket science. Government has forgotten the fundamental reasons for which it was formed to serve and protect our civil liberties. It has inverted the entire formula and decided that we are the ones here to serve, to work, and through our individual labors to support their desires and the behemoth of a bureaucracy that has emanated from those desires. As of 2025, United States nonprofits held about $13.40 to $14.1 trillion in total assets. Including cash, investments, real estate, etc., it has grown from $7 trillion a decade ago. This is based on Federal Reserve data. Our Monday, April 27, 2026. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. confirms we have been poisoned with fluoride in our tap water. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. RFK Jr. The more fluoride you get, the higher levels in your drinking water, urine, the more likely it is you lose IQ and also other neurological injuries like ADHD. Fluoride should not be in our water. Fluoride had a strong justification in the 1940s when it was added and people didn't understand the science and they thought its benefit to our teeth was systemic. By drinking it, it would enter your body and somehow protect your teeth. Now we know that there is no systemic advantage, zero systemic advantage. The evidence against fluoride is overwhelming in animals. In animal models and in human models we know that it causes IQ loss, profound IQ loss, and it's dose-related. April 27, 2026, update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo, military prepares island, prison plans revealed, Q on Telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target global elites who destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and pushed damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security including razor wire fences with sensors, non-stop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshored jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure with proceeds returning to Americans, breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings. Self-sufficient power generators and water systems plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalists. Families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. First cases are set for this summer. Military equipment loads as teams train and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered with Alcatraz as the new Gitmo. Those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the Republic prevails.
Hello, everybody. This is Michael Jager with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Did President Trump use the White House presidential congressional correspondence dinner as a snub of enemies of the people? So, I've thought about this because, no one was hurt in that shooting. And we're seeing results of, the shooter having been somehow involved with J.D. Vance's wife. I guess he had some kind of wheelchair that had brakes, and she was at an event that he was presenting at. So there's some kind of, connection there. And, many of us have looked at that, and it just seems so wrong on so many levels. Secret Service, and, there's not that many shots and no one gets hurt, right? If someone was there running around with a gun, they'd have their head blown off, right? So now this was the first time that Trump had been at a press conference since Obama snubbed him, 15 years ago. So was this a snub? Because Obama, snubbed him, and the military hated Obama. I know. I was in the CIA at the time. John Brennan. I helped find Osama bin Laden. So he held up the Osama bin Laden, SEAL Team 6 from going in a day so he could do that press conference and snub President Trump. So he held up SEAL Team 6 from going in. They were supposed to go in the day of him doing that press conference and snubbing President Trump. So did President Trump pay them back? Pay him back, right? So let's look at some of this. I'm going to pull up the screen, and Matt Bissonette, who was like me at SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron. I was at Red Squadron, SEAL Team 6. Matt Bissonette and also Rob O'Neill was on that mission. I wrote a book, The Intuitive Warrior, where I talked about how I was involved in finding Osama bin Laden, and then SEAL Team 6, Red Squadron, that was my squadron. Red Squadron is one of several squadrons at SEAL Team 6. They were the one chosen to do the hit. That was my squadron. And I helped find Osama bin Laden. So I wrote my book. Those guys, Rob O'Neill and Matt Bissonnette, wrote books, and the military came after them and took away their books after they had made millions. After Obama, got reelected probably for saying that he found and took out Osama bin Laden. And he said that SEAL Team 6, which was out of place for him to say that, because SEAL Team 6, top secret organization, but he basically exposed them. So was President Trump, paying back the press, paying back, Obama? I think so, right? So let's look at some of this. It's very, very interesting if you look at it from that perspective. So this is Matt Bissonnette. He's on, show with basically talking about this. And he says on the Sean Ryan show, never forget 15 years ago tonight, in 2011, President Obama pushed back the Osama bin Laden raid one day so he could attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner and slam then President Trump, who was, just a, someone in the public. So this is the difference between President Obama and President Trump. Trump would never have made the White House, press corps a priority. Never, right? So this was also the night that Obama's priority was to embarrass citizen Trump in public. It backfired, and tonight is the 15-year anniversary of the night, and this was last night, he created President Trump.
So, why did we crash? Because President Obama needed to hit the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
The U.S. tracked al-Qaeda couriers to a house in a town called Abbottabad, deep inside Pakistan. On April 30th last year, Mr. Obama and Panetta made a point of being seen at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Panetta's belly laugh was heard at every presidential punch.
All right, so John Brennan, who was the guy that, outlined this attack, and he made millions. Obama is multimillionaire many times over. The guy that basically was in charge, the admiral, got $50 million from Amazon for attacking President Trump, I believe. So the admiral that was in charge that night, Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL admiral, he made $50 million. But Matt Bissonnette and Rob O'Neill had their books taken away, and all the millions that they made, publishing their book. I was also attacked. And so this is what they do to those of us that are on the ground military types, guys. While they, laugh it off, laugh it up, and destroy America.
People think bin Laden is hiding in the Hindu Kush, but did you know that every day from 4 to 5 he hosts a show on C-SPAN?
But both men knew they had just pulled the trigger. SEAL Team 6 would launch in 16 hours.
The risks were enormous. Going in that far, the prospect of detection, the prospect that one of these helicopters might go down.
The height of the wall was 10 feet. Our helicopter hit. If you watch the Zero Dark 30 movie, the main rotor hits the ground, comes snapping off. That did not happen. Right, we hit. I jump out this door and run away, turn around and look, and the main rotors are still turning. They're within about a foot of hitting the ground. You want to talk about the big guy? Right, when your time's up, your time is up, and it was not our time. Inches. Landed perfectly. Helicopter didn't roll. Main rotor blades didn't snap off. Nothing. 40 feet up. You tell me how that happened.
Why did the helicopter crash?
Great question. Okay. So, do you know what was happening in Washington, D.C. the day before the mission that the president would have wanted to be at?
I don't remember.
Well, White House Correspondents' Dinner. So, the day we had originally planned to launch our mission was the day before we actually went. It was a weekend, zero illume, so good time to go. President got involved. It was like, hey, can you guys push this one day to the right? We push to the right. I want to hit my dinner. Okay, so we moved the op to the right. Not me, it's well above my pay grade. The op was moved to the right. The next day, the temperature was roughly 8 degrees warmer than the day prior. You know how temperature affects density altitude, how a bullet flies over a mile. It affects how much lift a helicopter can have. So hypothetically, if because I'm not speaking in real terms of weights, right? If our helicopter could carry, say, 1,000 pounds, say we were at 800 pounds of load, that's fine. We operate within those margins. Normal. The next day, 8 degrees warmer, temperature, we didn't have the lift. So what I've been told is we got into the target area. Our pilot was at full throttle, and we settled with power because he didn't have enough ass to keep the helicopter in the air. So why did we crash? Because the President Obama needed to hit the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, it's a portion of it.
Wow. Unfucking believable, man.
The only political shots I take in No Easy Day, right? I make 2 political shots because I hate all politicians. Biden, right? He was VP at the time. We meet him after the raid, and he's like literally handsy, like trying to rub guys' shoulders and like tell them bad jokes in their ears. Like we're not teenage girls with ice cream here, dude. Like, come on. It's like, who's the drunk uncle that showed up at Thanksgiving? Like, oh, that's the vice president. Like, okay, that makes sense.
Oh shit.
And then Obama was great, right? Super smooth. We all stood up there, got our photo with him, gave a great speech, and then he invites us all to the White House, to the residence, for a beer. Okay. I'm very apolitical, but if a sitting president invites me and my team that just risked our lives for whatever to the White House to have a beer with the sitting president, you go, right? You're going to go, right? He invites the freaking women's World Cup soccer team, whatever. Like, everybody goes to the White House. Here's a sitting president inviting us to the White House for a beer right after we probably got him reelected. Do you think he ever followed up with that invite?
Probably not.
Nope. And so I bet you voted for change too. Like, that's my only one-liner in the book of like, yeah, I bet if you're still waiting for Obama to invite you to the White House for a beer, I know you just risked your life for him and you probably got him reelected. He invited you for a beer, but you think he's ever going to follow up with that? No.
Wow. Not surprising, though. Not surprising.
Not surprising. All right. Not surprising at effing all right? Because when we were going in, downrange, CIA, when we were going downrange, risking our lives to find Osama bin Laden, he was on us like every day almost. How you guys doing? What's going on? And he was at meetings, and once we found Osama bin Laden, there was no more, and things stopped, and we started getting attacked, and my book got released, and my book got attacked eventually by Amazon. All the people that had come in and had wrote glowingly about my book, all of those glowing, good things were taken away. And then people came in and attacked my book, and they got pushed up by algorithms, and people came in and liked what all these attacks that were coming in on my book. And I had to ask people, hey, can you come in and down thumb those people and come in and make good comments on my book? My book was like blowing up, and then it went whoop, and it's never recovered, right? So this is what these people do. We know the Amazon is part of the CIA. It's corrupt. I work for the CIA. I can't say the CIA is all bad. I work with some great people in the CIA. The CIA, good part of the CIA was part of taking down Osama bin Laden. And then there's the evil side, right? So part of that evil side is the press, guys. Now, President Trump, for a long time, from that point on, where Obama criticized Trump at that press, club dinner, and President Trump was sitting there. This was during the time frame where Citizen Trump was trying to get Obama to release his birth certificate. Like, where's your birth certificate, dude? We know you weren't born in America. Of course, they created one, and the woman that signed it in Hawaii died in a helicopter crash in 3 feet of water, and everybody else survived the helicopter crash, but she's the one that drowned in 3 feet of water. So it is what these people do, and I think Trump paid it back. So he had been to one of these shitbag press dinners since then for 15 years, and he went to one last night, and or the night before, whatever. And so then they had a shooting. No one got hurt. All those shots fired, and no one got hurt, right? Well, supposedly one guy got hurt, but he's okay. And the shooter, nothing, right? So, it destroyed the dinner, right? The dinner's off. And so Trump said, yeah, we'll do another one in 30 days or so. There's going to be other things that are going on in 30 days, and that's probably not going to happen. All right, so let's look at the past. We know that Trump has been basically exposing the press, since before he came into office the first time. He would say, the enemy of the people, and he would point to the press. He's been saying that for the last decade, right? So why last night or the night before did he decide that let's have a press correspondence dinner, right? White House the correspondence dinner. Why? I think he had a little surprise for him. Here's a little piece of what you guys have been doing, involved in. I think that's what happened, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but we'll look at it like that, okay? So look at the way Trump has been going after them.
Trump ramps up rhetoric on media, calls press the enemy of the people. By Brett Samuels. President Trump said Friday that the press is truly the enemy of the people, ratcheting up his use of the derisive label to attack the news media. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again," Trump tweeted. They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years, he continued. They are truly the enemy of the people. The press is doing everything within their power to fight the magnificence of the phrase, "Make America Great Again." They can't stand the fact that this administration has done more than virtually any other administration in its first 2 years. They are truly the enemy of the people. Donald J. Trump at Real Donald Trump, April 5th, 2019. The president has previously described specific outlets and fake news as the enemy of the people, but so far had not used the characterization to describe the full press corps. Trump issued the tweet hours after he said he would not attend this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner, telling reporters that it was too negative. Trump previously declined to attend last year's dinner. Mossad's. It was not...
All right. So what changed his mind? Oh, yeah, let's get together and have a dinner. Let's get together and have dinner, guys. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The press corps. Yeah. Let's show everybody how great you guys are. The enemy from within. Trump calls Democrats more dangerous than U.S. foreign adversaries. Trump was answering a question about how he would handle any Washington bureaucrats who might try to undermine him in a potential second term. Former President Donald Trump called Democrats and others, so obviously this was just before he was reelected, called Democrats and others who have opposed or investigated him as the enemy from within in an interview that aired Sunday, describing them as more dangerous than major foreign adversaries of the United States, including Russia and China. Trump specifically singled out those whom he called lunatics that we have inside, like Adam Schiff, referring to the California representative and Democratic nominee for Senate, right? He also talked about Nancy Pelosi and many others, right? So did they stage that shooting? Seems to me they staged it. I said that yesterday, talking about the shooting that happened the day before, right? So I looked at it and I'm like, this dog don't bark, right? There's something wrong here, right? There's too many things that are not quite right, right? Too many things that are not quite like the other, right? All right. Now, when he spoke to the military, he called in all the military from all over the world to come in that weren't, needed, and filled up an auditorium. And so he spoke to them and he talked about some of this stuff. So the enemy within, the enemy of the people, and the Washington press corps has been basically ostracized, right? Their little get together, they thought they're going to get together, and you could see them after the shooting, whatever that was, and they're leaving, and they're like boozing it, they're drinking what's left on the tables, they're taking unopened bottles and stuffing them in their purses and underneath their coats. What a bunch of enemy of the people, right? Enemy of the people. So they basically, showed what they are. So clown world with Obama. So let's bring you back to Obama. So Obama basically had his little statements of what happened that night. Of course, he's got to throw his little pea-brain 2 cents in, clown world. Obama thinks Trump's would-be assassin's motive is mystery wrapped in an enigma, right? So who else said that? That was, they were talking about the Enigma machine, I believe. That was back in World War II. Former President Barack Obama insisted Sunday the details of the motives of an armed man who allegedly tried to storm the White House Correspondents' Association dinner were unknown, hours after a media outlet published the suspect's manifesto. Cole Allen, 31-year-old teacher from Torrance, California, appeared in court today, arraigned on charges of using a firearm in a violent crime and assaulting a federal officer. All right. So this is some of the things that were said. Although we don't yet have the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. Although the Democrats have been calling for that against Republicans for quite some, and conservatives for quite some time, all the way back to the Civil War, right? Obama wrote, "It's also a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice that U.S. Secret Service agents show every day, even though Democrats have voted or not voted to fund them for over 2 months now. I'm grateful to them and thankful that the agent who was shot is going to be okay." Obama did not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Daily Caller News Foundation. In the manifesto sent to his family minutes before he allegedly exchanged gunfire with U.S. Secret Service agents, Allen declared his intention to target senior Trump administration officials, with the notable exception of FBI Director Kash Patel. "And I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes," Allen wrote. "Why didn't you do anything about Joe Biden then?" "Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago. But this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it." Allen stated that any Trump administration official, prioritized from highest ranking to lowest, would be a target of his planned rampage. "I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that," Allen wrote. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. He doesn't really want to shoot them, but hey, they're there hanging out with who he believes is a rapist, a pedophile, and a traitor. Man, that just sounds like all those deep state bubbas, right? And that's what we've been, revealing for quite some time now. But maybe that manifesto is a message to everyone out there that you think Trump's those things. What about all the other people? All right. So I think that this is being revealed. I don't think Trump wanted to have dinner with those a-holes. All right. I think they planned this and no one got hurt. All right. So everyone, even Carrie Lake, people that were there, the White House, press secretary was like, "There's going to be shots fired tonight," before the event happened. She was heard speaking to the press. So, I think they're basically telegraphing, and they're telegraphing and exposing the press. This was another press exposure, guys. So regardless of whether, they planned it or staged it or if it was just some kind of unusual, everything just seemed off, but it didn't happen. It happened the way it did. I don't think so. So Carrie Lake, she was there. She said the security at this event is atrocious. I've never seen anything like it. If you had a ticket, they barely looked at it and just waved you in. They didn't look in bags, nothing. So sounds like they were just going to shut it down right from the beginning, guys. And that's what they did. All right. It's very interesting these days. Right? So, I'm observing, I'm watching. These are just my thoughts. I don't know. It could have happened that way, but maybe there's nothing like that, right? Maybe it really happened the way it did, and things were just so screwed up like that, which I completely doubt. I mean, we're in a war right now with Iran, and you really think they would have security that lax? No, they wouldn't, right? Do you think that Secret Service is that slow? One guy was even commenting. He said that the reason why Trump, took that long because he was telling Secret Service, take care of my wife. And the reason why he went down is because his wife was crawling out or something. I can tell you, having worked those details, guys, when you're in charge of security, and when you move somebody, and when it's time for someone, high value target, to get moved, you move them. They don't talk to you like, oh, no. I'm gonna raise my fist here. No, stop, my wife. And no, stop, I'm gonna do this. Oh, where are my shoes? No. It's like they're out of there. You see any of these, you look at any of these shootings that have happened for real, there's so much security on that person, they're gone, right? It's done, right? So, yeah, I think it was staged. Right? And it was staged to basically, ruin the correspondence dinner because he does not like them. He thinks they're the enemy of the people. He's been pointing that out for over a decade, right? So I think this is what we're looking at. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration. Keep it on mind. And we're going to see a lot more of this stuff get revealed. At some point, we're probably going into Iran and take down that terrorist group that's, trying to run the world. It's not going to happen. And these people that are in the press that are evil too, they're probably going to go by too, right? Soon. All right. Lots of love, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. First Amendment of the Constitution, right to free speech, has been under attack on social media for at least 6 years now, going on more. Now that many of us were bringing to humanity, I being one of those in the early stages of it. I started in December of 2019, and then in January of 2021, on a daily basis, the bioweapon attack, right? That was created in China laboratories, right? Under the help of Anthony Fauci. Some of us have heard, some of us have been, talking about this for many, many years. Many scientists, bioweapon scientists and so forth, came out about that. For myself, I, in the SEAL teams for 24 years and in the CIA for 11 years, we looked at bioweapons, right? We looked at them, and that was one of the things that we thought was going to be the next major attack. And sure enough, on December 2019, those attacks started in China and started spreading around the world. Right. So we have, learned a lot since then. Now, when I started to reveal, I also started to reveal of ways that you could protect yourself. One of those was taking grapefruit rind, boiling it, and making your own hydroxychloroquine. That was heavily suppressed throughout social media. So that was the first indication that I saw that the First Amendment, constitutional right to free speech, was being decimated. Who was doing it, right? So we look at Big Pharma. They seem to have still a lot of control. And a lot of people have talked about that. I've talked about it on shows. There's lots of discussion about that. But I think, wink, wink, we can say pretty much that that is a real thing, right? But for those social media sites, this one that I'm broadcasting from, they still seem to be under their thumb, right? So we have to be very careful of the things that we share that can help humanity. I just saw Dr. Judy Mankiewicz was on a show, Scott McKay on Rumble, and she was talking about how they will do another attack, right? They being deep state, right? Other bad actors and so forth that did the last attack. But the only thing that protects us is that we share information, that we share ways to protect ourselves, and that we gather together and push back, that we don't do that masking, that we don't self-isolate and the things that they want us to do, right? To try and manipulate and control us. So it is, going to be, I think in the future, very, very, problematic for the deep state, because we're waking up and we're sharing information and we're sharing methods that, keep us safe and well. So one of those that I've been sharing for a long time is LifeWave. And I had David Schmidt, who's the founder of LifeWave, came out and talked about how the patches, the X39, could, push back and help us against the bioweapon attack that went into our arms, right? Not my arms and not a lot of your arms, but in many people's arms. A very great number of humanity succumbed to the MK Ultra attack on consciousness and forced people to pretty much get something that was not good for them, right? So there are ways that we can overcome that. And if we, work together and share information, then we can, not only survive, but thrive, right? So on my website, lifewavemichaeljaco.com, there is new technology that's come out from David Schmidt. It's the X2O. It's a water machine. And it is the next generation in wellness. So his patches, his Celergize, and then the LifeWave X2O water machine goes to the next level. And so if you look at my website, you will see that. Now, as of now, you have to be on a waiting list to get the X2O water machine. Now, I have the water machine, and so do a lot of other people, but and 3,000 of them have actually been, distributed at this point. So the water machine, what does it do? How does it help you? What's so special about it? It's basically infusing your body with light. So when God said, let there be light, and there was light in the world, we are beings of light. Now, when we're compromised, when we're sick, when we have health issues, that's usually a lack of light. So this water machine actually infuses us with light and helps us overcome lots of different problems, makes us not only well, but, takes us to another level. For me, it's helped me overcome a lot of different things that were troubling me. These things that, have helped me and other people, may not work for you. We have to say that, of course, wink, wink, but there are many things that, the water machine has been helping, including those people that have been in hospice. Some people that have been drinking water from the water machine have left hospice. Right. So, and what is the problem with a lot of people is the lack of light, right, in their bodies. So, infusing the body with light, overcomes a lot of different things. So hydrated, but still tired, unfocused, or run down. This machine basically gives cellular hydration, energy and metabolic support, smooth and unique taste, removes contaminants from the body. It's wellness from within and antioxidant activity. So this is water reimagined. All right, so you can go through this, gives you excellent insights. You want to begin with X39, the patches, elevate with Cellergize, and amplify with LifeWave X2O. So we recommend that you're on the X39 and then upgrade to the Cellergize, which is basically a morning and evening, which the morning one has buckhorn extract, which is known to help the stem cells activate, which the X39 does as well. So combined, you're activating your stem cells. Then, of course, uniqueness. It's a patented light infusion technology, infuses light into the water you drink. It's the only one of its kind. There's never been anything like it. There's nothing like it out there, right? So it's fantastic, backed by science, built for wellness, and supports your wellness. And results are in seconds. So when I first drank the water, I noticed like my throat chakra seemed like light was coming from my throat chakra. My brain seemed like it lit up. I felt light. It's been fantastic. And most people get incredible results right away, right? So these are some of the things that you can also experience, with the water machine. And let's go into what David is saying about the water machine. So the water machine is the result of 7 years worth of research and millions of dollars that David has put into, researching and developing the LifeWave X2O machine. So here he is talking about it.
I've been doing for the past 2 years when I've been talking about X2O. I've really been going over the development behind it and what the discovery was that led to this. And for those people that hadn't heard it before, I had made this discovery, this observation on light emission from lobsters, and that the wavelengths of light coming off specific regions in lobsters, namely the blood for one, the shell for another, that there was a mathematical code that linked them all together. And you could find this exact same code in the very first sentence of the book of Genesis. So I talked about that quite a bit. I've shown results from our clinical studies, but I realized that up until now, I haven't really explained the science behind this on how it's possible to trap light inside of water. So your team tonight, this is going to be the first time I've ever talked about this. So I'm really excited about that.
That's amazing. Yeah, you've got the floor. Let's go for it.
All right, let's do it. So hopefully I can share screen here. All right. Okay. Okay, so of course we're talking about X2O, and this is the first and the only water technology that will infuse water with light. Now, the benefit to this is that because the light gets trapped inside the water, when you drink the water, the light is released inside the body. So what are going to be the benefits to this, and how exactly do we do this? How is it possible? So first, we'll go over what the legal compliant claims are. Our studies when we do them, we show a whole variety of different benefits, and then we have to put those studies in front of our legal. So some of the benefits that you can expect from this system is that first, it's going to improve hydration. So you can think of this like a structured water product. Normally, we take different types of minerals, add it to water, and it will cause the water to form a structure. So this reduces the surface tension in the water, and that makes the water enter the inside of the cell much more efficiently. So when we're talking about improving hydration, that's what we're really talking about. We see improvements in energy production, improvements in metabolism. You'll notice right away that the water is extremely smooth. Most people can drink an entire glass of this water very quickly because it is so smooth. It displays antioxidant activity amongst other things. And of course, we have a filtration system, a dual stage filtration system for removing contaminants. We've also designed this system to work with X39 and Cellergize. So a good way to use this is to put your Cellergize into the X2O water when you start your day, along with an X39 patch on the back of your neck.
Now, what I do, and the first thing that I do when I get up in the morning, is I drink a full glass, about 15 ounces of the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. I drink it right down. And, you know, it rehydrates me. I wait a little bit. Then I do a cup of coffee. I wait a little bit longer. You know, I go through my emails and catch up on what's going on in the world on the internet. And then I do the Cellergize AM. And I do it with the X2O water. And like David's saying, it's very smooth. And with the Cellergize, it mixes very easily. With regular water, it doesn't mix as easily. You can mix it, of course, but it takes a little bit more. But with the X2O water, it mixes very quickly, and you taste it. It's very, very delicious, very smooth. I take my supplements with it as well, because not only does it, go into the system very quickly because of the X2O water, but some people need some kind of food or something when they take their supplements. So that's what the Cellergize does. But for me, the Cellergize, along with my supplements, they get absorbed very quickly. I would not take medications with it. It's not that it's not recommended. You can try it, of course, but I would say that they're going to absorb into the body much, much faster. So you have to be your own, judge of that. But as far as like supplements, I love to take it with my supplements because my supplements get absorbed extremely well, right?
All of these three products work together really, really well, and they have great benefits. So the basic way that we could describe the system, there's more to it than this, but the first and the most important part is that we have this light infusion technology, which I'll be talking about tonight, about how exactly that works. And then we have two different stages of filtration, which are on the side of the unit. One of these stages is going to put hydrogen into the water. However, the benefits that you get from drinking this water are not exclusively from hydrogen. The primary benefits are from the light infusion. So in fact, when we did our first 5 clinical studies, it was only on the light infused water. We hadn't infused it with hydrogen at that point. Okay, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. So light has been around a pretty long time. Light's been around from the very beginning of creation. But what exactly is light? What's interesting is that for most of recorded history, however long you believe history is, the greatest minds historically have not been able to clearly state what light is. Many people have had guesses, but we haven't been able to define it. And what's remarkable is that our health completely depends on light. Our body is designed to process light, and we even have photons, biophotons of light inside of our body, yet we've had a difficult time defining exactly what it is. So that's an important question. So then, how do we exactly go about infusing light into water? That doesn't seem like it would be something that would be possible. So is there a scientific way to explain this? And there is. So to understand the complexity of this problem, we're going to take a very brief tour on the history of the science of light. And then you'll get a better idea of what I'm talking about here. So first, in 1672, we have Isaac Newton, one of the greatest scientists of all time. His thinking at that point in time was that light was a stream of particles. And he did these experiments with prisms, and he determined that light was a particle. And because Newton was so prominent, you have to remember, he gave us a gravitational constant. Because Newton was so highly regarded, his theory or hypothesis that light was composed of particles was accepted back in that day. But yet, right around the same time, other scientists were saying, well, wait a minute now. Light seems to behave like a wave. Light will reflect, light will bend. This seems to act more like a wave than a particle. So there's these two opposing scientific views. Which is it? Then in 1801, you have Thomas Young. Now, this is a very famous experiment called the double slit experiment. And it's so famous, people still talk about it today because it has some very powerful implications. But quite simply, you run photons of light through these two slits. And you can even turn the emitter down where the emitter is only emitting one photon at a time. And what you get are these bands of light. Some are dark and some are not as intense. And this would indicate that light is a wave. So in other words, you can imagine some waves adding to one another and some waves colliding together and becoming destructive. And that would lead to either an intense light or a less intense light. So this experiment seemed to prove that light is in fact a wave.
So this is the beauty of David's information. David is definitely the Tesla of our time. And, you know, he went to, you know, some laboratories, Edison's laboratory when he was a little boy. And after that, he told his father that he wanted to be a scientist like Edison. And I think, you know, Tesla, very, very advanced technology. This is where David Schmidt is. So this is the beauty of, you know, having David as the inventor of LifeWave. And I've had him on half a dozen or more shows. And we've talked about a lot of these technologies over time. He's brilliant. I've been to his laboratory. It is Tesla level information, guys. So definitely one of those things that, like I was saying in the beginning, you know, they want to restrict, but this information is coming out. Now, I've unfortunately had a lot of my information over time been restricted, my channel's taken down. Even to this day, I get massive attacks when I share this information. People come in and try and inhibit the information, try and attack me and the people that I'm sharing this information with. So it is obviously trying to be restricted still. But this is amazing. This is coming out. This will continue to come out. And this is a magnificent time to be sharing, to be alive, and to see this information come out on this level.
Then, of course, in the 1860s, you have James Clerk Maxwell, and he's known for Maxwell's equations. These are 4 equations that link electricity and magnetism. And one of the important things about the discovery that Maxwell made was that electromagnetism was self-propagating. What that meant was that you had an electric part, a magnetic part, and an electromagnetic wave would oscillate between these two. Now, he wanted to know at what speed does an electromagnetic wave propagate, and he calculated it to be the speed of light. So he reasoned that light must be an electromagnetic wave. So this seemed to settle any argument about what light is. Light is an electromagnetic wave. Then you have Albert Einstein. Now, we, of course, usually recognize Einstein for the theory of relativity, but in fact, he won his Nobel Prize for his discovery of the photoelectric effect. And what was important about this is that photoelectric effect is that if you take a piece of metal and you shine a light on it, you'll get electrons coming off. But what was found was that the emission of electrons from the metal would depend on the wavelength or the frequency of light. In other words, you could shine a red light on the metal and not get any electron emission, but then you could shine a blue light on it, and now we got electron emission. So that means that light is behaving more like a particle. So this was later renamed photons. So you can see the inherent problem here. We have experiments that are showing that light is a wave. And then you have experiments that are showing that light is a particle. So which is it? I thought we just proved that light was a wave. So is it a particle or a wave? And you can imagine now when people are skeptical about things, this is something that you can point to. Something as simple as light that we live with every day. The greatest minds, the greatest scientific minds in history didn't know exactly what it is. Then you have Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize winner, brilliant guy, between around 1940 and 1953, along with these other scientists, they come up with quantum electrodynamics. And quantum electrodynamics, what's really interesting about it is that it's the most precisely measured and tested area of physics. In other words, the calculations, the formulas that are used in QED have been shown to have an accuracy out to 12 decimal places. So this is not speculative. And in QED, light is thought of as a quantum object, meaning it is neither a particle or a wave. Photons can behave like a wave, or photons can behave like a particle, but they're actually neither. If you have photons being emitted from a source like the sun, in quantum electrodynamics, it would be said that that photon can take any path possible. And the photon is measured by its disturbance or excitation of space. But it usually will travel in a straight line in accordance with classical physics. But we want to think of photons as not being like these little balls, but rather these objects that show up in space. And that's important because it has everything to do with the X2O system. So that's a little bit of background, but you're probably wondering, what does any of this have to do with X2O? So now let's go ahead. There we go. Let's go ahead and talk about this now. We're going to fast forward to 2008 to Dr. Luc Montagna. And actually, when I invented X39, I was contacted by his office, which was an enormous honor just to be in dialogue with his office. And Dr. Montagna won the Nobel Prize for co-discovering HIV, but he quickly after this period of time, migrated over towards homeopathy. And he had a belief that there could be, in fact, a scientific explanation for how homeopathy worked. And he was heavily criticized for this, which is interesting given that he won the Nobel Prize. But he believed that quantum electrodynamics could explain how coherent domains could be formed in water. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with homeopathy, let's use an example. Let's say, because we're getting into summer, that some of you have allergies, and let's say that you're allergic to pollen coming off of trees. You could take the pollen and you could put it into water, shake it. It's actually called succession, where you create a shock wave through the water. Then you dilute the water and you shake it again, dilute it, shake it again, until finally there's no pollen that's left in the water. All that's left is a coherent vibration. And then you stabilize it with something like alcohol or glycerin. And of course, many people in the scientific community have thought that homeopathy is quackery. But of course, that doesn't really matter because homeopathy happens to work. So Dr. Montaigne wanted to say, well, how can we go about modernizing the concept of homeopathy? And his belief was, okay, we can look at water and we could say maybe there are these coherent resonant domains that are being formed in water. How would that work exactly? Well, water is a dipole, right? So we know water is H2O, just pure water, not talking about any minerals in there. But water is effectively a dipole. So dipoles are used in radio transmission. Dipoles are used to propagate or receive electromagnetic waves. And liquid water is an open system that can interact with electromagnetic fields. So we can see when you take a photon of light and it interacts with an object or a material like water, now it's going to come out of, let's say, the quantum domain and into our reality, and it's going to manifest itself as an electromagnetic wave or an electromagnetic field. So under very specific conditions, water dipoles can create these coherent domains. What does that look like? Coherent domain consists of molecules of water that oscillate in phase with a trapped electromagnetic field. What does that mean exactly? When you have molecules of water that get stimulated by wavelengths of light, we can create, under the right conditions, we can create oscillations that go from one dipole to another. And when that happens, you get a resonant cavity. And this resonant cavity becomes self-sustaining. So some of you have asked the question, well, how long does X2O remain stable after it dispenses from the machine? Well, that's going to depend. Are you exposing it to microwaves? Are you exposing it to ambient light? Are you changing the temperature? It will remain stable depending on what conditions it is stored under. But the important thing here is that we have, I would very clearly say this is a hypothesis because we haven't proved it. What we've proved through our clinical studies is that when you drink this light-treated water, it has very profound, novel biological effects. So we can measure when within 15 seconds of people drinking the water that there are measurable changes that occur that are very favorable inside the human body. So our working hypothesis is that what we're doing is we're creating, because of the X2O process, we're creating these self-sustaining resonant cavities that light or electromagnetic oscillations are being trapped and contained. That may be more information than you wanted to know, but there it is regardless. So this is the method that was patented that I came up with for trapping light in water. So important question now is what happens when you drink the water? Well, first, we're not going to go through this in great detail because I've done this previously and I want to get to your questions. But we've had multiple bioelectrical tests. So we could have something like EEG, heart rate variability. We have people connected to this. We take a baseline reading, have them drink a glass of water, and the average response time is 15 seconds. You can start to see changes in readings. I think on the first study, the worst that we did was 2 minutes. That was 1 person out of 20. 100% of the people have had measurable changes. In our studies now, it's about 300 people. We have never, not once, been able to see a person that would not respond to X2O. We have people that drink the water and say, well, I don't feel anything. But when you connect people onto equipment, 100% of the time, we see a measurable change. Now, some of the things I've been really excited about, because it's so unusual to see this with a water product. We expect improvements in hydration. We can expect improvements in energy and energy flow. What was really interesting about X2O, because we're trapping 6 different wavelengths of light, we're able to turn on energy production and protein synthesis in the cells. So we see an improvement in metabolism of specific amino acids. We see improvements in metabolism for improving cognition. Glycine, which of course is associated with longevity. It's a backbone for GHK and glutathione. Valine, of course, valine is necessary for muscle protein synthesis, for collagen, proline for collagen formation, alanine, of course, we know forms carnosine and AHK, and leucine is the key amino acid that's going to turn on mTOR or muscle protein synthesis. And we even see activation of the KP pathway, which is used to manufacture NAD. And of course, a lot of people are interested in NAD these days because it's known to act.
So I've been a bodybuilder. Every bodybuilding contest that I've competed in, I've trophied in. Just more recently, 5 years ago, after a long hiatus of over 17 years, I did a bodybuilding contest and won. So there's definitely, you can build muscle to an advanced age, like I guess I am, in my 60s. But what I have noticed after drinking, of course, using the LifeWeight patches, and now with the X2O water, is that normally I go through a cycle, and this is what all bodybuilders do. You build muscle, you put on weight, you build muscle, and you do that during an off season, which is usually the winter time. And what I've noticed is I've started to lean down, and when you lean down, you start to increase your repetitions. Now you do less reps when you're building muscle in the off season, and then as you move into the spring, which we're in now, you increase your reps and you start to lessen your intake of certain foods and so forth, and you begin to lean down. Now, normally when you do this, you start to have to back off on how much weight you do. This is the first time in my entire life that I've been working out with weights, and I've been working out with weights for 50 plus years, that I've actually been able to increase the amount of weight that I have been using as I'm increasing my repetitions. I've never experienced this before, and the only thing that's different is I'm using the X2O and building muscle while I'm leaning down. This is unheard of. So very interesting.
Two of the sirtuin genes for producing anti-aging effects. So that's in fact something that we did measure in an in vitro study. So we saw this in vivo in human beings through metabolism, and also in vitro work that we're getting increases in NAD. So if this is something that you're interested in, I would recommend, instead of buying an expensive NAD supplement, that you just get common niacin. Make sure you have enough vitamin B3 niacin in your diet, and you have the precursor to make NAD. And of course, when we do subjective questionnaires in our clinical study, we have people that report, hey, I drank a glass of X2O, I have more energy. People report improved mental clarity within minutes of drinking X2O. We've even measured improvements in circulation. And the benefits last generally 3 to 5 hours after drinking first glass. So in summary, with X2O, we're going to see improved hydration. And this is absolutely critical for optimum energy production and anti-aging. We're going to get antioxidant benefits from the infused hydrogen. The results are extraordinarily fast. What I recommend is for people to drink the water on an empty stomach. You can sit for a moment and feel the water working its way through your body. We can measure significant improvements in bioelectrical activity in the body. Improvements in metabolism, nutrient absorption. You can take a regular glass of water, put Celergize morning in it, and then you can take a glass of X2O. You'll actually see that the ingredients in Celergize dissolve more easily into X2O than regular tap water. And of course, that's one of the reasons why X2O is part of our product line, is because it complements all of our patches and our nutrition system. So with that.
All right, so as you guys can see, it's a massive improvement in wellness on many different levels that David has invented. We're gonna find out a lot more stuff in the future of things that this is doing. Now, again, if you want to experience this, you can go to my website, lifewavemichaeljaco.com, and that's going to have all the information on the water machine that you can look into and find out even more information on it. If you go hover over the water machine, you see the power of synergy. So that gives you the X39 in Celergize, and it gives you deeper information about all three. Now, if you do want to join and you haven't joined my team yet, we're approaching. Thank you, everyone that's joined my team. We're almost at 10,000 total. I have multiple people that help me, advance and grow my team. So if you're interested in joining my team, there's great information here. You can join as a brand partner. You can join as little as $25 and then purchase products, or you can go for the core, advanced plus, and premium, or you can go as a retail customer, preferred customer, or preferred customer plus. These are all talked about, as you can see here. The future's now, and you can also look at each one of the patches, gives you deeper insights on them. And if you need, more information, there's info@michaelkjaco.com. You can click that and fill out a form, and it will give you more information. And someone on my team will contact you and get you the information that you need. Right. So great new experience that's coming for all of us. Looking forward to sharing this product with a lot of you and getting your feedback. In 1 minute, as I come off of this show, I go into a show. It's called Miracle Monday. We've been doing it for several years now. You can go into my Facebook or any of my social media, and you're going to see that information. So look forward to having you guys join us in my team. And we have a great team. We're growing very quickly. We're helping people advance, use the patches, share the patches, and if you're up to it, building a business. And so looking forward to seeing more of you guys in the future. And thank you very much. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. You are witnessing the greatest transfer of wealth the world has ever known, global military alliance movement in the history of the world, rescue of tortured children the world has ever seen, all for the purpose of eliminating Satan-worshipping deep state players who planned to rule the world and eliminate you in the process. Trust the plan. U.S. government closed, as would other nations' governments, which meant Trump was activating martial law worldwide, which meant Trump was forming a restored republic that would abide by concepts of the original Constitution and encouraging other nations to do the same, which meant having free and fair elections that in the U.S. were expected by July 4th, 2026, which meant forming a global gold asset-backed economy. So on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, all banks worldwide were scheduled to switch from the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, which would take away the cabal's stolen money supply, which would take down the deep state cabal, which meant Trump could and would give the people's monies back to the people. We would be free from debt. President Trump secretly signed an executive order declaring the nation to be under martial law. The purpose was to create a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crime and corruption on a massive scale. Trump actually won the 2020 election by an over 80% margin, according to a military count of official watermarked ballots that traced which votes were valid or not. Before Trump left office in 2021, he not only had extensive proof of 2020 election fraud, but as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military and global military alliance, he had gathered thousands of indictments ruled upon by grand juries in various states against global and political elites, mainly charged with treason, pedophilia, and human trafficking. Trump has begun making mass arrests of those elites, including 80% of Congress. In December 2020, with the nation under martial law, Biden was arrested, charged, convicted in a military tribunal, and executed for sedition and treason. Biden's so-called presidential inauguration was actually his funeral that was partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set and in a fake White House built for the purpose. Now, with most of Congress already arrested and facing tribunals, that movie, played by actors and clones for 6 years since 2020, was coming to an end. Soon, an emergency broadcast system will introduce all including martial law to the public until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS will also ask the public to stay in place of their choice for 3 days of darkness when planned cyber attacks will decimate satanic sites around the world. Planes and trains will be grounded across the globe. Communications will be cut, TV, radio, and the internet down. Cell phones only work for 911 calls or with a special app the military will hand out to the public. A partial worldwide lockdown will continue for 10 days, where a single website and web channel will broadcast disclosure of events 8 hours a day in a loop. In the middle of it all, on Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, the worldwide gold asset-backed quantum financial system will replace the deep state cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system. President Trump has arranged for citizens worldwide to be reimbursed monies taken by the cabal. Be prepared for a worldwide lockdown with food, essentials, and cash for 10 to 12 days as banks will be closed, plus credit, debit cards, and ATMs won't work. EBS blackout, martial law lockdowns. Sunday, April 26th, there's going to be a big biblical scenario where they make out it's World War III, but really they are activating militaries, then bombing all of these satanic landmarks, enacting Jassara's funds, and We the People rebuild. White hats alive. The event, it is biblical. 34 satanic buildings and dams will fall. Rods of God do. What are some of the very big satanic Illuminati landmarks in the world? Q showed us them. Vatican, Buckingham Palace, White House times 2, USA and Germany. Three Gorges Dam in China, CERN on the Swiss-French border, possible. Big Pharma in Wuhan equals Israel. Worldwide, planes and trains grounded, lights, power switched off briefly while changing over to Tesla free energy. Bitcoin servers, data centers hit and turned off for good. 99.5% of crypto gone. China coins. Enter ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens. Water event. Stock market crash. Global martial law. Castle Rock scenario. Julian Assange. Quantum systems. Project Odin switched on. Nisara Jassara. RV. Election flipping via military courts. FISA. Military tribunals. Confessions. 10-day movies. 3 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Israel Khazarians control CCP, the media, etc. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media. Out of the US, Project Odin, as mentioned by Rod Code Monkey Z, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper, etc., and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide. Switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe, and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy, knocking out media satellites, QFS, rods of God on dams, and 34 buildings, and much, much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant, i.e. White House, Royal Castle, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion, and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will precision cyber linked to Executive Orders 13818 and 13848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes, now backed by precious metals. Are we still comfy? Or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force? Just before that, Israel had that happen for 30 minutes too. This is a few years ago, by the way. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do to the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to Jassara greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the entire world many things that have been taking place already. The fact that Jassara military law has been in place, the secret military tribunals, confessions, etc., the executions, the lot, and like all militaries normally do, they will help build new things. Saturday, April 25th, the global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets, sounding on our cell phones worldwide, quantum connected on Telegram. President Trump will give out 7 messages on our cell phones, instructing us to tune in to our TVs to the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. The White House next step was MARS, Military Auxiliary Radio System. Starlink will have total dominance. Cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry out broadcasts in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio, and internet. where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries 3 times a day for 10 days to awaken the masses. Temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days, the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption. Election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Saturday, April 25th, the White Hats versus Deep State inside the White Hat versus Deep State war was a very important battle for the next internet. Both the Deep State and the White Hats plan to kill the current internet. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. The Deep State's internet would be digitalized with internet passports. Those passports would only be those who cooperate with their rules, standards, and regulations of the cabal's online banking system. The Deep State has a plan to control the world through their own internet, where they have control over all people through banking and social networks. This new internet they wanted to launch was called the Great Reset, or Restarting the Internet. And by the way, there's a book that Klaus Schwab from the World Economic Forum and the Cabal, he wrote called The Great Reset, which explains it all. The White Hat's internet, which was ready to be immediately released by Tim Berners-Lee, has the most advanced security and unbreakable encrypted system ever created to serve mankind. It has AI systems that identify online pedophilia, human trafficking networks, and world money laundering systems. Incubated in the new internet's many features was its purpose of saving the world from its present corrupt status. It contained an advanced AI that eradicates homelessness and third world poverty. It's designed to end all wars, given generational healing through high technology that uses advanced systems connected to Tesla. Global currency reset. Saturday, May 2nd, all banks across the globe would shift from the cabal's fiat currency SWIFT system to the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system. Thursday, April 23rd, 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Notifications for Tier 4B to receive exchange appointments could happen over the weekend, with exchanges starting by Tuesday, April 28th. Sunday, April 26th, Trump flipped the switch for Saturday, May 2nd activation of worldwide quantum financial system, confirmed from Cheyenne Mountain. Web 3.0 ISO 20022. The Quantum Digital Asset Initiative is live. Trump has approved the first ever QFS crypto, a gold-backed digital currency under military oversight. Tier 4B wallets are now in active sync mode. Test transfers began across Zurich, Dubai, Singapore, and Texas under Project Delta Phoenix. The old financial system is bleeding out. The era of fiat currency ends. SWIFT is dying. The future is quantum. On Saturday, May 2nd, all banks will shift to the QFS grid under Activation 0. Every transaction will be gold-backed, traceless, and outside cabal control. Wall Street is panicking. The media is silent. Monday, April 26th will be remembered as the day the Matrix broke, not because everything changed instantly, but because the illusion finally collapsed. Nasara Jassar connected on Telegram. The lies about debt, about money, about your worth, they have built an empire on those fictions. Nasara Jassar is not a theory anymore. It's structure, it's tech, it's law, and it's about to become visible. On Monday, you'll see encrypted alerts tied to your national ID or phone signature. First wave biometric wallet logins open across verified nations. Partial debt reconciliations appearing as system recalculations. Global emergency communication drills disguised as public safety tests. Friday, April 24th, attention, crucial announcement. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of Nisara are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. Sunday, April 26, QFS is set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, April 27th should be a go for Tier 4B, according to a high-up source. It was rumored that the Chinese elders who were backing the global currency reset with their gold had bought all the cabal's central banks across the world. Those banks had long been bankrupt and running on fiat monies that their leader, U.S. Inc., printed at their convenience. Those international banks were now merging with the QFS and taking a different role. They would no longer have access to individual bank accounts. All banks were converting to XRP Ripple digital gold asset-backed currency.
The U.S. has been lying about its gold for 50 years. Mr. Poole on Telegram. They opened the vault. For the first time since 1974. Someone walked into Fort Knox and looked. What they found will collapse the system. Only 17% of the gold meets international purity standards. The rest? Low-grade ingots. Impure bars. Metal that no central bank on earth would accept. They told you 4,580 metric tons sat in that vault. Worth over $400 billion. The backbone of the dollar. It was a lie. Trump knew. Musk knew. That's why they pushed the audit. Not to check the books. To expose the fraud. And now the dominoes are falling. Germany, withdrawing its gold from U.S. vaults. Saudi Arabia, withdrawing. France, withdrawing. They're pulling their reserves out of America because they know what the audit found. The vault is empty. The dollar is naked. Now ask yourself, who built this system? 1913. Jekyll Island. 7 men. 1 secret meeting. They created the Federal Reserve, a private bank that prints America's money and charges interest on every dollar. Not government-owned. Not audited. Private. For 113 years, they printed. They inflated. They enslaved every American with debt designed to never be repaid. And no president dared touch them. Kennedy tried. Executive Order 11,110. He authorized the Treasury to print silver-backed currency, bypassing the Fed. 5 months later, he was dead. No president signed a similar order since. Until now. Gold Honer just hit $5,589, all-time record. JP Morgan projects $6,300 by December. The smart money isn't buying stocks. It's buying metal. They know what's coming. BRICS just launched BRICS Pay, bypassing SWIFT entirely. Russia, China, India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, all move into gold-backed trade. The dollar's share of global reserves, 57%, the lowest in recorded history. The old system is dying, because what replaces it changes everything. QFS, Quantum Financial System, asset-backed, unhackable, traceable, no more printing, no more inflation, no more invisible debt. They told you it was a conspiracy theory. They told you the same about the gold being gone. Both were true. The Fed is cornered. The vaults are exposed. The world is pulling its gold. A new system is being built right now, where they tell you everything is fine. It's not fine. It's over. The 130-year reign of the Federal Reserve is ending, and the man who ended it survived everything they threw at him.
Saturday, April 25th, Charlie Ward. We're about to see the biggest crash in history. You'll never ever see another crash like this. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. It's like being on a plane and all of the engines fail. All of the banking system is failing right now in plain sight. All of it. And the plane, without any engines, will crash. Why can't we just repair it? Like an aerospace engineer hopping out the window at 30,000 feet. It doesn't work like that. We're going to crash, and the crash is not going to be nice. It's down to each and every one of you to brace yourself, prepare yourself. The world's financial system, the mainstream media, the government, They're all going to crash. My job is to guide you through the crash so that when we land, you don't lose all of your possessions. What we think we know as of Monday, April 27, 2026. Saturday, April 25th, Fox News. U.S. military crushing the Iran blockade. The United States is enforcing total dominance. 34 ships have turned around and complied with the blockade. The massive 965-foot container ship, Tuska, tried to breach it after ignoring hours of warnings and 5 warning shots. The U.S. Navy fired disabling shots into its engine room, deadened the ship, and U.S. Marines boarded and seized it by helicopter. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, U.S. forces seized the massive Iranian oil tanker Tiffany, 2 million barrel capacity. Another large tanker, Majestic X, was also interdicted. The blockade is airtight. Nothing in, nothing out. America controls the seas. Trump's maximum pressure campaign is working. The regime is being strangled. No games, no weakness. Saturday, April 25th, 2026. Raw milk wasn't banned for your health. It was targeted by the Rockefellers in the 1900s to crush small dairy farms and boost their dairy empire profits. Power, not safety. Pasteurized the industry. White Hats on Telegram. Sunday, April 26th, California election fraud. Chad Bianco says whenever there is an investigation into any type of election fraud in California, Democrats block the investigation. We're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics. And they believe there's voter fraud. But when we try to fix it, it is stopped. Great Awakening, now on Telegram. Sunday, April 26th, breaking update. Another assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. New details just revealed, Gazette Teller. A deep state gunman breached the Washington Hilton Ballroom checkpoint on April 25th, 2026, and opened fire on Secret Service agents protecting President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. On Saturday evening, April 25th, Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher and video game developer from Torrance, California, walked straight up to the metal detector outside the main ballroom of D.C.'s Hilton Hotel, packed with Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, the full cabinet, and every major regime media figure. He carried a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. All of those cabinet people should not have been in the same building. It's the vice president is supposed to always be kept separate from the president. Just very odd that was happening. He raised the shotgun and started blasting at point blank range. One Secret Service agent took a direct hit to the chest, but the vest stopped the round and kept him alive. Allen kept firing until agents tackled him to the ground and cuffed him alive. Allen arrived on foot carrying a backpack. He cleared initial outer screening, then hit the inner checkpoint right as Trump began remarks inside. Surveillance feeds caught him adjusting the shotgun under his jacket. No one stopped him. Senior Department of Homeland Security holdovers had overruled requests for full magnetometer coverage on every single entrance and limited the counter-assault footprint to avoid bad optics at a black-tie press event. Radio traffic between local D.C. police and federal agents shows warnings about a suspicious male with a heavy bag that got ignored in the command post. The exact same communications blackout that happened in Butler and at the Florida golf course. This was a stand down executed by the same bureaucracy Trump is purging right now. Allen did not act alone. He had encrypted apps on his phone, pinging overseas servers, and prior travel to known deep state adjacent activist hubs. His social media history shows nonstop hatred for Trump's mass deportation efforts and tariff walls. He posted about stopping the dictator weeks before the dinner. He also had an IDF sweatshirt. There's some connections to Israel. Yeah. Federal agents seized everything within minutes, yet the same agencies that leak anti-Trump dirt every day suddenly claim they need months to analyze it. This is the third deep state attempt since Trump took office in January 2025. Butler in 2024, the golf course 2 months later, and now the Hilton. And how did he get into that Hilton? How did he know to be there? And there's just a lot of strange coincidences there. Each time the security plan came from the identical chain of command, still riddled with Obama-Biden holdovers who answer to the permanent intelligence apparatus. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe Israel? Maybe false flag from Israel? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Saturday, April 25th update. Alcatraz becomes the new Gitmo. Military prepares island. Prison plans revealed. Project Odin, martial law, and telegram. Military teams are preparing to move on to Alcatraz Island in the coming weeks to transform the old prison into a high-security detention center. This establishes the new Gitmo on American soil. President Trump signed the order funding the full project from construction to operation. Cell blocks will hold up to 500 people with thick reinforced concrete, electronic locks, cameras everywhere, and biometric scanners on doors. Isolation units with separate air and sound controls target globally lead to destroyed American jobs, opened borders, and push damaging policies on citizens. Military tribunal rooms in the main building will host judges for treason, election interference, and economic sabotage cases. Advanced security ensures fast proceedings under Pentagon rules away from civilian courts. The island features top security, including razor wire fences with sensors, nonstop Coast Guard boat patrols, and drones monitoring miles of airspace. Only authorized military enter, while the bay location prevents escapes and rescues by elite protectors. Funding begins with $152 million redirected from foreign aid and wasteful spending. This uses taxpayer dollars to lock up those responsible for higher energy bills, factory closures, and community crime. Upcoming arrests target elites from finance, tech, and politics who backed open borders and offshore jobs. They arrive guarded at Alcatraz for asset seizure, with proceeds returning to Americans breaking deep state power. Work starts clearing tourist buildings, fixing structures, and adding wings, self-sufficient power generators and water systems, plus medical areas keep it independent. Initial cells open soon with tribunals following. The project dismantles the two-tier justice system that shielded rich globalist families hurt by bad policies now see accountability as border areas gain safety from the strong deterrent. Federal authority pushes the timeline forward without delays. It integrates with America First priorities like secure borders and domestic energy. Military equipment loads as teams train, and funding flows steadily. The elites confront the end of impunity. Trump has delivered. With Alcatraz as the new Gitmo, those trying to break America will face justice within its walls as the Republic prevails. And I'm assuming they're keeping Gitmo as well.
To get the scoop on what the hell's going on. And Kash Patel, is he going to resign? Is he stepping down? Is that all just psychological warfare? Look weak where you're really strong. What the hell's going on here, Juanito?
You give me a whole bunch of stuff all at the same time. First thing, they're going to do a news conference there at the White House in just a couple of minutes. And so that, because the correspondents are there at the correspondents' dinner, they can't get anything out because the Secret Service blocked all communications.
Let me play some of this so everyone can see. You can hear the gunshots, Juanito. I don't know if you heard that.
Yep.
That sounded like a high-powered rifle?
Well, you have to remember you're in a stairwell. It happened in a stairwell, and but he was wearing a vest that hit him in the vest. So
Say that
I
again, Juanito.
guarantee.
Sorry, I was playing the video. Say that again.
Well, there was a Secret Service agent. It was in a stairwell, and the Secret Service agent got shot, but it was in his vest, and so he's going to be just fine. Going to have a big bruise, and according to what I've been told, and so now you have a crime scene, but it's also Trump was ready to continue on with the thing, but the protocols are in this kind of a situation, you don't just pick up and go. This is now a crime scene. So Trump has said he's going to reschedule this dinner with the correspondents in the next month so that they will still get to do what they were there to do, but which is appropriate. You don't leave it on.
So you're telling, because I heard he's in custody.
Yeah, he's in. That's my information. Yeah.
Okay, so I heard wrong. I mean, it's confusing, but you said it that he's dead. So let's play some more of this. There's a lot of confusion. Isn't it crazy how people react? Like they're still sitting there, like, what's going on? Just looking around. Pretty wild, man. So he's safe, but could we chalk this up as to another assassination attempt, Juanito?
Well, they were there on a mission. And certainly, if they show up at a gun, the president's present. You can imagine where they were going. So, the question is, how did they get in there? And by the way, this is the exact same location where President Reagan was shot. 50 years ago, 45 years ago. So, there's an interesting aspect to that too. But I'm sure people will draw all sorts of, lines and squiggles and correlations and all that. Might very well be something to it, but I haven't heard anything yet. I'm just noting that that's where Reagan was shot out in front of that building.
This is so. Okay, so I mean, this is getting crazy. Is this because we're getting so close to the arrests?
Well, certainly, within something else that I have going, one of the things that when Trump won't be here, by next year. And so
wait. Sorry. That you broke up. You broke up at a very important. What did you just say? Trump's not going to be here by next year?
Well, certainly, certain bad guys within what we're doing have been absolutely adamant in certain recordings to say that Trump won't be here in a year, so this is all going to be moot, and they're going to be able to do what they want to do. And so everybody just relax and sit tight within these black hat locations. Well, they think that somehow, some way, they're going to get Trump. This is far from over. That's why I say, prayer required. All the best laid plans of mice and men. Had they gotten Trump a year and a half ago there in Buffalo, looked like, and if through some crazy set of circumstances these guys were able to get to Trump even now, what would the world look like? Doesn't mean it would stop what's happening right now. Much of it would continue under a different circumstance, but and the president has certainly made accommodations so that nothing's going to stop what's coming. But with that in mind, it would not be a nice thing. Just imagine what the world would be like hours from now, days from now, months from now. How would you finish the work that we're doing against these globalist financial, trolls and monsters? The stuff in the Mideast, China, Venezuela, all these other things, where the only person able or willing to exercise these authorities is, in fact, President Trump. They've never been done this way before. And then those people that are speaking against him and trolling against him, they are trying to portray these conflicts, these locations, in yesterday's scenarios. Trump's not fighting this war in the way that they expected it. So you even have generals that are, on all these news channels. And some of the stuff they say, honestly, is the most dumbass shit you've ever heard. It's stupid talk. Trump is fighting a war using other means. And it's not the war even with Iran or Venezuela or Cuba to come. It's with the people that are actually managing those locations. Much higher levels. This globalista, these royalists, these Davos crowd and Club of Rome. And he's cutting off their money supply, their troll fees, even the situation in Iran. The bigger game that's being fought there, people will do ISIS and everything else. Are you kidding me? He's cutting off the flow of funds, just like Reagan. He brought the price of oil down to the ground so that Russia couldn't get money for the oil they were sending, and they could only sell arms. He defeated them so many different ways before we finally got to the ruble in the second half of the 80s. Trump is cutting off the money flow to these globalista operations that is hidden within mining, the stuff out of Central Africa, the Congo precisely, the oil and gas out of the Mideast and out of Venezuela.
Juan, it's showing. I think the guy's alive, because I think right here they're showing the guy arrested or detained in this video. I don't know if you can see it. He's there on the
ground. I won't argue if it's easy in the fog of everything to get something different. So I would hope that he's alive, because then we would learn what's going on, what happened, how he got
Why
there.
would he fire at the stairwell? That's kind of shots wasted, no?
Well, there may have been a Secret Service agent there in his way, and nobody said these shooters are super intelligent. They're just opportunistic, and who knows if he's not somebody's programmed individual to go do this. So logic doesn't necessarily apply in these things. So I hope he's alive. Hope that's exactly true.
What about reports of Kash Patel, stepping down? Lots going on in there. What can we say about that?
Well, let's say it this way. It's easy to get something wrong. There might be some inside piece of information, even like, okay, well, it's early, and there may be, some aspect of this that gets said wrong, but certainly nothing that I'm aware of or any of the people around me are aware of would be an indication that Kash is going anywhere. These stories and the articles against Kash are designed to undermine his ability to function. But, we're getting ready to do very serious things within these arrests, on the way to prosecutions. And he's not slowing down in what he's doing in prepping. So the president hasn't shown any displeasure with Kash, and I don't think it's there. I think that's some hopeful dreaming on the part of people that want to undermine the president, undermine the staff around him, and try to create something where there's nothing there. Cash is doing exactly the job that the president wants at this point in time. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything from my end that is, saying anything towards that kind of a thing with Cash. I don't believe it. But, there may be something I'm not aware of. So.
For sure, the deep state war is escalating, right, Juanito? I mean, this is getting pretty damn hot and heavy.
Well,
wasn't there a bus explosion or a explosion outside the White House just the other day, and that 25 people injured in that one?
Yep. And by the way, fog of war and all that sort of thing. This is probably very likely going to increase. Look, we could have all sorts of drama. Why? Because when you get to the point where you're about to arrest some of these very high officials, probably starting with Brennan. Now, I think it's after the 4th of July and probably that week or so after the 4th of July before Brennan gets arrested, because they're reformatting the stuff going to the grand jury in Florida and pulling in some of the Russia stuff. One of the things that is out there is that the cadence, the flow over at the FBI and at the Justice Department has radically shifted since Pam Bondi stepped down and was moved somewhere else. Even people that were not at all happy with Todd Blanche, who's operating director for the moment, they've said, gosh, he keeps it up, I might actually start liking him again. So he has done things that were not anticipated or expected in a favorable way, moving forward these investigations that will lead to arrests. And so the president's happy enough with that. We'll see what happens. Peter Tickton wants that job as, the Attorney General. Lobbied hard for it. Actually put in his application all of the necessary paperwork several weeks before Pam Bondi stepped down. So, there was indication something was up. And I will say this, moving forward, I said it at the very beginning. I wasn't of the opinion that Bondi was going to last. She was an interim appointment as far as I was concerned, only because she was possible to get past Congress to get them to approve the appointment. The other ones that President Trump would have liked, Congress was never going to approve them. It got us to this point in the game. I put Cash in a similar vein. There was crucial stuff which Cash just didn't have any knowledge of. He wrote the book on some stuff related to FBI and investigations and the deep state's attempts to go after President Trump. But there was a lot of critical stuff that he just was totally unaware of that befuddled me that you could even be considered for the job and not be aware of what was going on. So I was never, just besmoted by Cash as FBI director, and I think there's still.
I mean, you've always kind of voiced to me that you're not really impressed with them. I mean, that's just the impression.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement, but that doesn't mean that President Trump's ready to let him go or he's ready to step down. And certainly people stating those kind of opinions based on what? This smoke and mirrors that's in the media. Are they going to get their way anytime they want to attack somebody in a position by a presidential appointment or working for the president, that they can take him out just by doing some, smutty campaign against them? No. And the president doesn't want them to be able to do that. Let them, let them roll around in their piss and shit for a while, being the assholes they are. And I would say, if anything, it reinforces that the president doesn't want to do anything at all with Cash. So again, the investigations are moving forward. They're picking up pace. Everybody in the right places watching this is saying, no, it has changed. The atmosphere has changed. Things are now moving that weren't moving since Pam Bondi left. So I don't think there's any threat to cash. Even this bullshit talk, I don't think it's a threat to cash at this point in time, because it's not, like him being drunk and unable to function, all that. Okay, where's your witness? It's all done as, underhanded, so-and-so said so-and-so said so-and-so knows something. Bullshit. They don't know shit.
But Trump's okay. Everyone's fine. Do you think so he's going to have this dinner over again? I mean, that's the type of character Trump has. That's the type of character Trump has, is that he does not back down from these people. Almost, I think that could be to his detriment.
I don't think so. It's his brand, and he's someone who, the harder you push, the harder he gets. Not just pushes back, it's the harder he gets. Every time he survives or wins, the bar they have to go over to get him from this Davos royalist, Club of Rome, New World Order crowd, the more invincible he becomes, because he's being work hardened, battle tested, and they can't seem to get a toehold that works for him. And the part that I think it's important for this audience to remember, but against principalities and powers of darkness in high places.
Yeah, well, now it says Juanito. Now it says dead. So I don't know what the hell's going on here. I mean, I'm obviously going to go with what you're. Yeah, I mean,
I think my sources were pretty good.
I think yours are. Yeah.
So I think the person that you saw getting picked up and helped move was the Secret Service agent who had the shot that hit his vest.
Wow. Okay. So. Well, let me get this up, Juanito. Anything else?
Even with all the drama, that's happening around us, and everybody, we're in this yo-yo thing, up and down and left and right and everything else. Deep breaths.
Till the next time.
Well, but there's a God component to this. And even what President Trump's doing, the part that's not understood out into the public in mass right now, and that all these know-it-all people keeps talking about, like Trump's doing the dumbest things in the world with these locations like Venezuela and Iran and Cuba to come. The reality is he's eliminating those things that can be used to pull our attention away as the arrest begins.
So I've been saying, that's what I've been saying for the longest time. He's neutralizing threats.
Well, and then the other thing, Nino, is, and it's important for us to kind of be in this conversation. Jobs, big industry is restarting plants, mining, high technology here in the country. These aren't just service jobs. They aren't just financial paper trading jobs. These are the kind of things that put young kids to work and make it possible for them to marry their favorite girl and start having a family. And we're going to get the stuff sorted out so they can actually own their own property and house and not have any property taxes owed when they're doing it. They're going to have a future. They're going to have something beautiful to look forward to. We want the young people to not be able to be pulled off point, even like with the events that just happened. God's got his hand on this. And then even the things, like the moon launch, we're going to do things that are amazing. I did the coin over there at allpatriots@gumroad.com. It's the only place it's at. JFK to DJT, picking up where we left off. We're going to go back and do amazing things and pick up where my generation had our future and knocked down by these globalista. And we just been going in circles. And we're going to pick up and do amazing things again, reindustrialize America, go into space, go further out into space, create a moon base, create a colony on Mars. And it won't be 1,000 years from now. Things like that are going to happen in the next 10 years. We start at the moon in the next 5. Permanently occupied within the next 10 and built out, not just a space station out there, but an actual moon base and transiting back and forth, things we dreamed about all the way back into the late, 1968, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and things like this is about the future. Hope there's a future worth living for and going to. And the people that want to steal that still from us
Juanito,
and put us in a mask and bind us down and take all your money is just bullshit. We're going to do something beautiful. Trump's leading the way.
Good to be back with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so much going on right now. I know you really understand the minutia behind the operation of Trump, which a lot of people just don't get it, right? A lot of people don't understand it. We get it. You know, you're seeing podcasters right now, like really influential, big podcasters like Candace, Hodge Twins, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all going after Trump, jumping ship. And this is like the most dangerous time to jump ship right now, right? Like we're coming into the next 6 to 9 months when, we're coming into midterms, and also what I've always been told, the first batch of arrests, Brennan, Podesta, a lot of the big names now are, going to be indicted. I mean, can you give some information to my audience on what we can expect these 6 to 9 months, and then we'll start taking some questions.
Well, it's hotter than hot this week, because what did President Trump do? He read from the Bible after he called us to prayer, after he said he's going to rededicate America as the Pilgrims did. He is setting the stage for all of this. And this is so powerful because remember, it was the 10 tribes that were taken into Assyria, which is now Mosul in Iraq. And Babylon is also Iraq. So the tribes were taken into Iraq. And that area is always been what it is to this very day. And so he's correcting all of these things. And so here you have these podcasters, but part of it is, and I said this the whole time, everybody thought they had such great information. They were using other people's information. They weren't doing their own research.
Well,
so
are they being
flips?
Okay, so are they being activated, or are they just?
I think so. Yeah, they got to take action now.
Because I've said this years ago, Sheila, and I know you've heard me say this. I said the podcasters will absolutely, the influencers will be activated for such a time as about right now, like right where we're at. I thought they'd be activated before Trump was running for, before 24. But here it is. This I think is the most critical time and most dangerous time. I've been told the most dangerous time in American history ever. This is it. Coming into the next 6 to 9 months, it's for all the marbles, right? Sheila, nobody can risk losing the midterms.
And it's not even just about the election, whether or not we're going to have an election, because once the Republic is ready to go, we have 120 days to set up an election. So we don't have to meet the corporate requirements of the dates, because there was never an election, and then they got all these months to mess up the office until the guy comes in. It was never like that before. When you go, when you're done, when you're voted out, you're voted out. That day, you're voted out. One's voted in, you're voted out. Everything has been manipulated. So back to the podcasters. The podcasters have always been like this. People have not seen behind the scenes who these podcasters really are. So I think it's kind of fun watching all of this now. Candace Owens, 2 times, one in South Carolina, and I forget where the other one was, 2 events that she was going to be on where I was going to be. And then everything blew up because she had a funeral at one and couldn't come. And these people are paid like $45, $50, $100,000, just like Clinton used to get, right? So they're paid this kind of money and they don't get the money back. So people haven't known who these people really are.
Wow. So
really
you mean they're taking the money and not showing up? Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
What?
You didn't know this was happening?
I didn't know this was happening, man.
And they were taking all this money because they were such big names. Do you know what I mean? But who are the people that get 85,000, 100,000 followers? Who are those people that get them right away? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
like Nick
supported,
Fuentes.
so-
Nick Fuentes is another one.
Exactly. And it's not going to stop. And I don't want to keep naming names, but she's an interesting one.
I call him out all the time. I called Nick Fuentes out all the time, and he said he was going to come on my show, and then he changed his mind. Like a lot of people do.
There was a great guy. He was a teacher in South Carolina, I believe, and he's the one that put this big event together. And she was the headliner, and he already gave her you have to give the $45,000 up front for her to commit to the schedule. And the whole thing blew up because she said, "I got a funeral in the family, I can't come." And he said, "So when are you sending the 45 back?" And he tried for many months to get the 45 back.
You're kidding me.
And his last name was Barton. I think it was Brad Barton. He was a podcaster too, but he was honest, a teacher, did this to get the truth out to the people because he was sharing it with his students. And they're going, "Guy, this is really amazing." And so he was a great guy, and then had this happen to him. And I don't think he was able to schedule another event because of the financial trying to catch up because he's just a cool teacher. You know?
Wow, someone wants to give me 45,000. I'm showing up with all the bells and whistles and assless chaps, and I'll be there.
Well, it wasn't the only one. I'd already heard about it before, and I warned him not to do it. He said I already had to give her the money because we had to schedule the date. So I'm only mentioning that because I knew the guy coordinating it, amazing podcaster, but he's not able to do everything he was supposed to do because how do you catch up?
Yeah, I mean, so what we're seeing now as we come into this crunch time. I'm still hearing the executive orders are going to be signed. Are you hearing the same thing, Sheila? I mean, I've talked to Juan. I talk to Juan almost daily, a couple times a day. Anytime I have a question, I call him. You know, these executive orders that he's supposed to sign for in-person paper ballot. When the hell do you think that's going to happen? Do you have any insight on that or intel on that?
He's already told them no machines, and they're using machines. He's already told them these things that have to happen. That's already happened.
Well, then
I think it's going to be the emergency notification. I think that's what's going to adjust everything.
Does he do that at the last moment, or does he give him?
I think it's when we're switching because everybody keeps thinking we're a corporation. We're not a corporation under England anymore. He proved that in September. Remember when he rode in the King's carriage? Remember when he visited them at Windsor Castle? He was not at Buckingham because Buckingham's been painted up and closed up since they took Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth out. He still inspected the guard. The YMCA was played for him on the parade ground, and it was the King or Queen's guard with the big black hat.
So a lot of people think that he plays YMCA for the gay people. That's for
that's Gitmo.
Right.
Gitmo. Yeah. Guantanamo Bay. We've been paid the least since 1903. The what?
He also plays that Dorma. What is it? The Godfather song.
Nessun Dorma is that? In the morning.
So this is going to happen all in one instant. It's going to happen fast, right? It's going to be a quick takedown because that's what happened in The Godfather. It was planned for a long time, but at the end, when he's in the play, all the things start going down. Everyone starts taking each other out. That's how it's going to go down, right?
It's already going down. They don't have a chance anymore. Like you already mentioned it. You said in all of history. Never in all of history has this level of truth been available. This is the first time we've gotten to this point where everything's getting revealed globally. And remember when they were crying out, and I want to take up the time of people asking questions, but remember when they were calling him King Cyrus, King Cyrus, King Cyrus? Well, he's been King Cyrus. King Cyrus sent his warriors with the Persians, because that's Persia. That's why it was the Persian Gulf. It was never the Iranian Hormuz Strait or whatever. It's the Persian Gulf. It's the Persian country, and they're Persians. And when all the people came from the Shah back in the 80s into the 90s, not one of them wanted to be called Iranian. They wanted to be called Persian. Because see, the ancient religion of Iran, Ahura Mazda, is what they added to all the secret society oaths in America. and ISIS is one, and Allah is one, and all of these different things that our guys took oaths to. They didn't know what those meant, that expanded all these secret societies. So everything that we're dealing with now and what he's dealing with in Iran is he's dealing with the evil that has permeated and taken over Persia. But King Cyrus sent the Persians and the Armenians where? He sent them to Babylon to do what? Bring out Judah and Benjamin and make them safe, and took care of them in Persia. So everybody that thought they were a prophet and a pastor who heard from the Lord that this is our modern day King Cyrus back in 2015, 16, 17, where are they now? Where are they now? That just became a trending comment? Because what he's doing is exactly what the King of Persia did, King Cyrus. The Father has given to us. Yeah.
You know, I feel like we've nullified or neutralized a lot of threats. You know, the ICE raids were to take out the violent cartel members, the cells that would be activated for such a time as now while he went into Iran, he took down Maduro. He's basically neutralized Iran. What's next? What's next?
It keeps expanding. You don't just take out the Somalis and send them home. I want to know who set them up with Social Security, who granted all of these funding sources for them to have. There isn't an American you're helping like this. Name an American that they've provided all this money to, or given them a Social Security number with never working in our country, and the average they're getting is $81,000 a year. All of this is being revealed to the American public because they had to keep spending the money to keep charging the Americans money till the Americans couldn't live on the land anymore. They've always done a replacement thing in every nation. Nothing is new that we're experiencing, but we've got a Trump that's not going to let it keep happening, and he's not going to let it happen elsewhere.
Well, you're starting
That's
to
why
see
he stopped all 8 wars, and now the peace board, and peace with Armenia has never happened in all of history, and they were the first believing nation in the entire world, in all of history. First believing nation, have never been able to live in peace. He just did that for them last year. And I'm not kidding. The peace board, we don't need UN. Look what he's proving with NATO. There's absolutely nobody in NATO's helping us. They're all giving us a certain finger. You can pick which one they're giving us. They won't let us even fly over their country or be near their bases. We're not asking to land on your base. We can't even fly over. And we've been paying all the NATO bills. The stuff
Insanity.
he's revealing, guys. But yet I went to a meet and greet with some of my widows last night. My widows that know me, telling me, oh my God, Sheila, this war, President Trump, I was with him before, but he's caused us to go into war. I had to settle them down. I just went to the meet and greet because there's several of them in a building that just has new administration, and they wanted me to see if those people were okay with the Lord. So I go to do that and hear all of this negative stuff about what's happening in America. I said, that's not true. That's it. We are
getting
not
it from all
war.
these influencers and podcasters that are spreading, and people that I really thought, like Tucker Carlson. I'm surprised on that one. I'll be honest, that wasn't on my bingo card. Really not.
Well,
I think
I'll give you 2 reasons why.
Well, I
His
think
dad
Candace
is CIA,
is kind of,
and they're
I
both
think
in the
Candace is
Pilgrim
kind
Society.
of reactionary, but I think Tucker, I thought he was good friends with Trump. And wow, go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, but look at how many have been good friends with us, and look what happened to some of them. This is what my dad told me. He said, Sheila, you're trusting too many people. This is back when I was going through the corporate stuff. And I said, but everybody's loving what I'm doing. He said, you don't know who they are. And you won't know even if they jump in the foxhole with you. You're not going to know until the shooting starts who has your back.
That's true.
And that's where we are.
That is so true. I mean, I always have to go back to my street fighting days and shit. But like, man, when I'd get in a bar fight or something, man, I would say the guys that always talked the toughest and they were gone out that door so fast. And the guys I least expected were there right next to me. I know that firsthand, firsthand. I've seen this. So
well, you just gave the analysis.
Last second, you do not know until that very last second.
Well, so who are these guys in Iran? They're the bullies on the field.
Yeah.
And we've been funding them, and we've always supported them, and we paid for all the equipment they have, and we paid for all of this stuff. Remember the billions of dollars in cash?
Yeah.
And they've all been paying each other. None of it was resolved until President Trump. But the last battle, the Native Americans know the truth for 4,000 years. They knew it was a flood, and the next is fire, is nuclear. We capitulated, surrendered World War II because we didn't want nuclear. Then they came here, built the nuclear bombs, point 1 and 2 of the 45 points against us. We built the bombs, paid for the bombs. Our flyers flew the bombs. And what did they hit? The 2 highest population believers areas in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, Japan. And we capitulated World War II. Because, see what I mean? This influence has not changed. And their family members, they've grown up like this. Like I've said, they imagine how scared they are. All their generations have operated the same way for centuries. This has been the way it's been from the beginning of time, and now Trump wants to change it.
So,
it's like, who does he think
we're
he
gonna
is?
still
We're
we're
gonna
gonna
pay consequences.
we're still gonna have to go through the reset, right? I mean, that's coming. I mean, Trump has put the truth
Reset of what?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be who owns the day. I mean, are we going to get 10 days of darkness? How is this going to play out in your mind?
I don't think it's mapped out like that. I think is that we take it day by day because they've already gamed it. I heard a month ago, but this is just me. Okay. I heard a month ago from the top guys that they've gamed this whole thing out. And right now they're in the less than 7 moves. I go, what the heck does that mean? Because I used to play chess, but I was never professional.
Wow.
At level. But when you get within those last 7 moves, you know they can only make these maneuvers. We're there. So now it's just clearing it out. But a lot of this is, if I've still got my widows who've known me all of these years, and now I go meet with some of them in the building that they now have new administration in, and they're lost. After everything I've spoken and shared with them, they were in tears about it last night. It took 2 hours to calm them. I was there 3 hours. I went there for an hour, and I stayed 2 more hours till I got them all calmed down. Because that's really what this whole effort is. They can't let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump have credibility. They cannot let Trump feel that people are behind him.
They're also doing that with Cash. I mean, they're showing him like he's a drunk, he's a philanderer,
But they handled that. Party. They handled that. Todd Blanche even is on the case of filing the $2.5 million against the Southern Poverty Law, is SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, I think it is. They've already filed it because what they didn't understand is you say this about Kash Patel. So Kash Patel comes on the mic today, and I already put it out on Twitter. He comes out to the mic today and he goes, guys, did you know that they say that they're fighting for us against the KKK, and yet they're funded and funding the KKK?
Yeah, that's
and
right.
He had all of the names all listed out. And guys, that goes all the way back to Albert Pike in 1864. He created that thing in America. They said they created these secret societies. All of this came from Europe. The original governors, and you go back, and I looked up one again, Talmadge was governor. And do you know what's in his bio? And his son took over after him. And I think he was in 8 terms as a governor in Georgia. And go ahead and look up Talmadge, Talmadge. And guess what? In his bio, it says he was one of the top racist and white supremacists in the country. Okay.
What makes you the top?
Well, because they're all in the club. The KKK was started by Albert Pike, and then he made himself the grand master of it for the next 12 years. Why was it only 12 years? He died. But they brought all this from Europe. The Pilgrims knew all of this. That's why I'm so excited that the president said we're going to rededicate America to the Lord as the Pilgrims did, because they banned all this church because the children were groomed in the church, because the enemy's in the church, because the church is on the venerable day of the sun since Constantine. They're never going to be able to help.
And he knows we're getting ready to come into some very turbulent times, and we need God to be on our side, right? It's going to take a hand of God moment.
Yeah, right. I was just on with Bill Quinn, and it got so emotional. I was just going to do a 1-hour interview. It's almost 2 hours. It's going to come out tonight or tomorrow. And I had tears, and I said, do you think this was okay? And do you think I don't want anybody to get, scared? He goes, Sheila, it's not scared. It's truth. And he said, I even had tears. And Bill Quinn is one of the easiest guys, never, cries over stuff Sheila Holmes says, So, but we're at that point. That's why the call to prayer. That's why the rededication. The 3 eclipses, we were the first ones who did the 3 eclipses when Juan connected us that day. This is February back in 20. 23 or 24, and I think it was 23, and I explained about the 6 cities of Nineveh, and we are getting the Nineveh lesson. That's exactly where this nation is. The Nineveh lesson is that when God's done, he's done. When Jonah went, they'd only been there 9 years, taken captive into Assyria by the king of Assyria into Nineveh. So they were there 9 years, and the Gentile worship, it's so overtaken the lives of the people. It's where Iran is. You have to say you're Muslim. If you don't declare you're Muslim, they shoot you right there. And that's why he said these people don't even have guns and they're being shot. This is no different than what happened to Armenia 100 years ago. It's no different than what happened in Iran when the Shah fell. It's no different. This is what they do. That it's a complete takeover. And these are the people. Remember, President Jefferson, I mentioned this before. He started, I don't know that he started the Navy, but I'm pretty sure he started the structure for the Marines. He sent them to the shores of Tripoli because you take care of a problem over there so it doesn't come here. And now what's happened, because he's doing this over there, every family member that's related to Soleimani and all these other ones that they've taken out, did you know their families came and got green cards here under the Biden administration? They're all here. And they're living here off of us on the same kind of programs. They're living high on the hog. And now they're like, what do you mean? You can't take away my green card. Yeah, we're taking away your green cards.
All the stuff going on about is Tulsi in? Is she out? Is Trump going to get rid of her or not? If you know anything about that. And also, if you know anything about
guys, everything that you're hearing, everything you heard about Pam Bondi didn't matter. Everything you're hearing about Kash Patel doesn't matter. It's all trying to ruin their reputation so you won't think they're credible. Okay. You got to stop letting these people, because this is what they're doing. This is what Nina was talking about before. People have flipped. They've got to start discrediting the people that you have faith in.
Right.
And
so
then what about
you think it's all hogwash, right? Right, Sheila? I think it's all garbage.
Look at what Tulsi Gabbard's done. Would she have done all of that? She came in purposely to do this. And, you know, even when they did that corruption thing in Fulton County here in Georgia, do you know who was there? Just all in black with a hat on. She wasn't trying to make a big deal, but they went around the corner and took a picture of her like it was illegal for her to be there. Just hilarious. Just hilarious. Because she's declassifying things nobody would declassify. I'm excited about Tulsi Gabbard. Guys, they don't want any of Trump's people in there. So please don't let them take up your time wondering who's who in the zoo, because you're not going to know. You're not going to know. There's information and disinformation on purpose. You're not going to know. So
what about
just
all the
thank
missing
Father,
scientists?
thank Father, and ask him. The what?
The stuff going on with all the missing scientists all of a sudden. What's that about?
That's being researched. The president's sitting on top of that himself. He said, I'm adding my time on this. He's going to be researching because of the one that now is a brand new one that's missing. He's going to be on top of it. But he's on top of what's happening with the Pope. He's on. There's nothing you're hearing that he isn't aware of, you guys. He is on top of all of this. For him to call us to prayer, for him to rededicate as the Pilgrims did, this is what got our tribes out of Nineveh, and that's why they're getting everyone out of America that shouldn't be here, because we're not going to. If you don't assimilate here, you're gone. And he's getting rid of people that thought they had a permanent resident card and could always be here. You can't be here and do what you're doing. So bye-bye. He's taking care of so much, and so are his people. So please thank the Father for the right people being around the president. We need to shift and look at what we can do daily and not be focused on what we think there is or is not happening in DC or what President Trump's doing or not doing. Guys, it's not just President Trump. It's the 200 generals that brought him in. We're going to get this done. If this doesn't get done, Juan's even said this. If this doesn't get done, his family's eliminated.
No,
this
I mean like in the public
done.
perception.
So we're getting
public
done.
Perception.
It's getting done. It's getting
But
done.
you're saying in the public perception, is he going to step down, Vance take over, something like that? Is that what you mean?
Can we not even go there? That isn't even important. You guys, what does it matter? We have him now. Let's get this deal done. That's what we're trying to get done.
Okay.
We can't keep vacillating back and forth on who we are or who we believe or did he make the right decision on. You go back and look at the map on the strait. He blocked a small portion of it. And when they messed up with Takaya or whatever it's called, that means that the Muslims always deceive. Look up that term. And he said, if you Takaya me, I'm going to Takaya you. He's having fun with it, guys. And And it's not just him, it's the 200 generals. And we can't decide for them what's happening. So that's why we all have to start focusing on what we can do every single day, because we're all here for the purpose of this. This has never happened. What we're going through right now has never gotten to this point at this level any time in history. And that's what we're trying to get done. And so we got to stay focused on it. And we can't get distracted on who's doing this, who's doing that, what's happening. We can't. Here's that word, TAQIYYA, Islamic deception. When you look at the definition of that, and I'm sending that right now to Nino too. So.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. Can I ask one more? Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Once all these politicians get arrested publicly,
okay, it's not going to be public, guys. It's military tribunals. Look up the difference. It's military tribunals. You have no idea how many people have already been held for months, and you don't even know. Military is the only way. That's why, because sedition and treason is military. It's not civil. It's not criminal. It's in that category, but military justice is a completely different structure. Go back to the Kavanaugh interview with the Senate, I think it was, Congress or Senate or both, when they interviewed him before he became a Supreme Court justice. It was sad to say, the guy from South Carolina that nobody likes, that ended up questioning him, but they shared exactly what's going on, because military justice is completely different than you seeing them perp walked or police go into their house and arresting them. Everybody wants arrests. Everybody wants perp walks. And that has to be the enemy supporting that, because that's not how military justice happens. When that military accountability letter came out, those 3 lines of all of those rear admirals, vice admirals, lieutenant colonels, generals, all of those people, and it says, and many more, or these are just a few, whatever it says, but it's this list, and then it continues. It started out with Milley, General Milley. Those guys were already taken then. Many of the military that came in on 9/30 of last year in Quantico are already down at Gitmo. Guys, it's already happening. You don't see military justice happen. You don't see who's getting court-martialed. You don't see, but it's explained in that military accountability letter. So you're not going to see a bunch of arrests. And when people go, I wish there were more arrests. I want people to be arrested. Is it going to happen this month?
But there are going to be public arrests. There is absolutely going to be some public arrests. Obama, Hillary, I think those will be public.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I looked at the Correspondence Dinner shooting. I saw it last night. I was doing a show while it happened. Got off the show. I looked at the video of the shooter running down the hall and so forth. And then people seem to be engaging that shooter as he ran by them. And we heard the shots. I counted 5 shots, one, and then several shots close together as if someone was. For my background as a Navy SEAL, close quarter combat in buildings and so forth. You have to be very, very accurate with your shooting. I was at SEAL Team 6, where you had to be extremely a good shot at SEAL Team 6, because we would, go after terrorists and so forth, who could be in close proximity to hostages. So we had to be expert at, shooting. And, since then I've done many courses where I've taught shooting to, the private community and so forth for a long time. So I'm very skilled at weaponry and shooting and all that stuff. So when I looked at the videos, just looking at it and coming to a conclusion that there seems to be some anomalies that we need to discuss. All right. So let's look at the videos, the news, how it's presented, and then an overall picture of the events of that night as well, and try and get to some kind of conclusion of what's going on here. All right. So here's the overall, news of last night. So you can hear the shots. I'm gonna back it up again, and let's listen to the shots. All right. So you hear the first shot, and then there's going to be a rapid succession of shots. So I count 5 total, and you know, 1, and then a very slight pause, and then 3 to 4 rapid, and then, or 3 rapid, and then 2 separate shots. So 5 total that I can hear. If there were more, I can't hear them. Maybe they're in back rooms or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, you can see there's not a lot of movement at the front. It almost seems like maybe Melania and this other gentleman that's up here may have, maybe they're seeing the people that are moving. So let's move on.
Investigators are working to piece together what led up to the gunfire at the Washington Hilton. According to D.C. police, just after 8:30 Saturday night, a gunman charged a Secret Service checkpoint armed with a handgun, a shotgun. According to D.C. police, just after 8:30 Saturday night, a gun.
All right, so you see this guy, I guess that there was like some kind of a metal detector down here. He runs past it. He runs down this hall. Now, I want you to focus on this particular, looks like a female police officer right here. She seems to be looking right at him. Now, you can see he's carrying a gun, a weapon, a shotgun. Why you would bring a shotgun, I don't know. So that's an anomaly right there. He has a pistol and he has a couple knives. You know, that's probably, he was thinking he was going to get down to, you know, combat all the way to the end, shoot his shots, and then fight all the way to the end. I don't know. So this guy right here seems to be oblivious. Obviously not a peripheral view type of guy. And so this guy's running down the hall. Now I'm going to try and show this police officer right here draw her weapon.
Charge.
All right, so she's drawing right now. This guy seems to be responding to that. This guy still seems to be oblivious, right? All right, so right there, it's so fast, and it's almost like they speeded it up. Now, I've tried to find this. I saw it last night, and I said, I'll get back to it in the morning and break this down. You could, when I watched it last night, you could see each one of her shots, right? I've been unable to find a video where I can like manipulate frame by frame at this point. But if you can find one, that's great. So you can watch. She is the one, I think, that does the multiple shots.
A gunman charged.
Right there, you can see her gun pointing right at him. Pointing right at him. So engaging at that close of a range, this guy should not have been moving after that. He should not have been able to keep running, guys. All right, so you can see the flashes from her weapon at very close range. Now, she backs up and she gets out of the way. She's not trained like a Secret Service guy. I've done protective details. You get in the way. You do not let somebody come into your field, right? So if there were Secret Service, that's why I'm thinking this is a police officer. They respond a little bit differently than a Secret Service agent would. So she's backing away and taking her shots as the guy goes by, right? So this guy's running by. This guy right here, you know, he's kind of in the line of fire. So did she not hit him at that close range? And the bullets went elsewhere? That's the only thing I can think of, because when you look at this guy laying on the floor, if he was wounded, if he had been struck multiple times like he should have been, if this was real fire, right? Then they would have carted him off, you know, accounts. That's false flaggish, right? I'm just saying, right? You can come to your own conclusions, but from an expert point of view, and I've deciphered a lot of these now, this is very false flag to me, right? So anyway, I think you can make your own assessment. If someone was shooting at that close a range, that person should have been incapacitated from those rounds. But he kept running. And it looks like nothing hit him because he's running at the same speed. Now watch everybody. It's like the whole room, I don't know how many people come out with pistols and how many other people shot after that. struggling to get his gun out. I don't know what his level is as far as like, is he Secret Service? Is he, Capitol Police? Is he, Capitol whatever police? I don't know. But he seems a little bit slow, seems a little bit shook. For me, it's instantaneous. As trained, having been in combat multiple times for years, it's an instantaneous movement with my gun coming out and engaging. So split seconds with my engagement. So you see that one police officer seems like she got it out pretty quick and she started engaging. So again, if these are real bullets and they're impacting, I haven't heard if he had body armor on. Even if you have body armor on and you're being impacted, you're going to react to it. So it didn't look like he reacted to any of those rounds, right? So that's my opinion. That's my my view as I'm looking at this. I think it's inarguable. If she was actually engaging him with live rounds, then he should have not gone forward. All right, and all these other people in here, why did they not engage? They're there to make sure that area is secure, and this guy just ran by all of them, except for that one police officer, right, that was facing that area and saw him running up the hall, right? So very, very suspect as far as what's going on here. Mr. Thomas, Cole Thomas Allen, or I guess we call him Mr. Allen. Interesting that the shooter that shot at the Butler PA shooting, his name was also Tom. He also had Thomas. So you start to see these like that guys, and you're like, okay, you guys are this is a projection here, is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm seeing. So let's break this down a little bit more. Let's look at some more angles. Let's look at some more of this and see if we can come to some conclusions about what exactly is going on here. So the engagement that I showed you guys there, as far as the shooting, it's a huge red flag, right? Huge. Now let's look at some more.
So I was making a video and I got a DM from Mustang Debbie that said that President Trump had just been rushed out of that White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I want you to listen to this because I rewind it, and around this time you're going to hear like 3 shots. And then people are going to start ducking down and they're going to get President Trump out of there. Listen closely.
All right. So again, there were 3 fast shots and then one followed by another. So I count 5. Some people are going to, because they're fast, some people are going to get different numbers, but that's what I'm saying. All right. So the first big thud, and then the multiple rounds after that. Now, as you see, they don't seem to be reacting to it. Now, the people that are further back here, of course, the camera is back here, so they may not have heard it. They may not have heard it, right? And then people start to react here from those shots because they're closer to the action. So again, he said he heard the shots. President Trump, when he talked later, he thought maybe something in the back of trays or something had dropped. That was his response to that. Of course, he's not trained, to hear gunshots. He's probably been around. I don't know. Maybe as he was in military academy, you would think maybe he would, gunfire, but he's been shot at it several times supposedly. So I don't know. All right. So you see this one guy is getting right in front of the president. These guys back here, it's almost like they don't understand. They're not even aware of what's going on. So the information, it should have been right away. Someone on their radio would have broadcast guns, 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 right? Weapons or whatever they use these days, whatever they have. Because for us, an extremity would have been in SEAL teams, SEAL Team 6, we said tuna, 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 which is basically everything's on. So at that point, the Secret Service should have like taken Trump way before this, right? Way before this. So this is another red flag to me, because I've been involved with, moving what we call high value targets, which is like presidents and ambassadors and so forth. So I'm skilled in that. I've done that for years. I've done it in combat zones. So this is another red flag. So these guys are like standing there wondering what to do, right? There is no wondering what to do. So if the radio call should have gone out instantly as the shots are fired, it should have been shots fired. And then the president they either jump on him and get him down initially. And then once they figured out, it's safe to move him, then they get up and move him. All right. So this is kind of jumbled. So again, another red flag to me as far as like his Secret Service detail. So I've had a lot of friends, SEALs, high-level SEALs that have worked in Secret Service. And so this is very suspect to me because I know they're very, very, very well trained. Of course, they haven't been paid in a couple of months. I don't know. Maybe they just got the B team in there, but so I don't know. But there's an anomaly here. See how long this takes? So, everybody up here, if everybody's responding in the crowd before the Secret Service does, that should tell you right there, something is definitely off here. All right, sounds like this guy, I think they probably started telling everybody to get down. Looks like Melania got down, right? I don't think President Trump, did. They had to get him up and start moving him. So you see everybody getting down. Caroline Ledet got down. Now you see, the Secret Service guys probably that are military or whatever they got there. They're coming in with the big guns, right? So that's a long time. That's way, way too long. If I was in charge of this detail, I'd have been kicking some serious ass here afterwards. All right, super sloppy, right? Super sloppy. So again, another red flag. Now let's look a little bit more detail. I pulled up one. This is CBS News where they have the shooter running down the hall. Let me see if I can play with this one a little bit. Maybe you guys a better view on that one. So again, you can see that people are engaging with the shooter as he's running, but he keeps running. All right. So again, here's the police officer, I believe. Why is it blurry? Another red flag, right? Why is it blurry? And why can't I find now all of the videos that I saw before I went to bed that I could play with? And I was like, okay, I should have saved them, of course, but who knows? Maybe they're not around anymore. So this blurry video is very suspect as well. There should be tons of videos. We should have all kinds of videos because this they would have had surveillance on this so much. And the fact that the guy made it through the metal detector down the hall with his guns, there should have been, like whistles and everything going off, and before he even got there. So it's super suspect, the whole thing. All right, so you can hear. It sounds like there's guys in a probably video surveillance room that are talking. So you can hear them talking, and here's the guy coming down the hall. So it's, what are these guys doing? What's this guy doing? So she's looking, she should already be drawing at this point. So when he came around that corner and started running with the weapon out, she should have been yelling, weapon, weapon, weapon. And as she's drawing and engaging. So this is slow movement right here as well. And it could be level of training. I don't know. So anyway, she's bringing her gun up now. And hopefully I can get her flashes on her weapon. All All right, so right there looks like she engaged once. That might have been the first shot we heard. And then rapid succession. You see the flashes on her weapon right there. Boom, boom, boom. Right? And this guy's like ducking. And he's all discombobulated. So why didn't you run and tackle him? Why didn't you block him? Why didn't any of these people block that guy from running down the hall? All right, another red flag. And again, as someone in charge of security, I would have been chewing some serious ass, but I don't know. These guys were like, everybody's like, saying what a great job they did. I don't think so. Right. I think it's bullshit. I think they fucked up bad. If this is real, which I don't think it is. Right. All right. See all those guys with guns? Wow. Where were you guys when this guy was running down the hall with your guns? All right. So now I can armchair quarterback guys because I have the experience and the knowledge and the background, right? So yes, I wasn't there, but I can see. I've got two eyes to see, and so can you guys. So make your own assessments. All right, let's look at another one. This is Donna Bradenberg. She's looking at this on X and making comments as well. So her comments are, what's wrong with this picture? Right? There is no actual authentic reaction, almost like it was scripted. The men around President Trump are looking around, not reacting to protect the president. There is no chance that Secret Service would have reacted this way. I agree. Now you're going to see it's almost like a training. Looks more like training to me. This Secret Service agent is like pulling the vice president's chair out. He's watching, to see if there's a threat. He should already be, tackling him down. And then you move once you know that everything is safe. So he's moving him. He's behind him. And if there's somebody that's out here in a protective detail, you get yourself between the threat and your protective detail or your protectee. All right. So you see he's pulling his chair out. He's going to grab him and he's going to start to move him. So this is what you do. You take control of your protectee and you move him and you put yourself, as you're moving him, between the threat. You have body armor on and so forth. So before that, not so good. All right. But at this point, good. All right. So you see other Secret Service, crowding around. Now it's going to back over to President Trump. All right. So again, you see these guys like, what do we do? What do we do? I wasn't trained for this. I don't know what my job function is. Right. That was real sloppy. Right. So he shouldn't have tripped. You have your hands on him. You could literally carry him. You should be able to literally carry him if you need to. So there's no reason for him to have fallen right there or have gone down if they took him down. So you got this press lady that's, I don't know, she's trying to help out or what, but so these guys are so clumsy. So looking at that, you should be able to get to the point where, yeah, there's something wrong here. He's running, but he keeps running. And shots are fired and no fast response from Secret Service. Very sloppy, very slow, very methodical, very movie scripted like, right? So not very impressive, right? So again, if I was, ahead of that, that would have happened to begin with. But if I was ahead of that somewhere else, not there, right? I would have been like, what the hell did you guys do? You guys all suck bad. We're going to go. I would have fired them all. I'd fired them all. I was like, I don't know what happened, you guys, or you are not up to this task. There was a threat, and you should have been like, you know, all over it, and you moved slow, confused. I'd fire them all. I'd fire them all. Right. So let's look at some more aspects of this. Now, numbers. Now, you know, the Jesuits. I know this is where we go off on a different tangent a little bit here. But, you know, the Jesuits basically control everything, right? I'm hoping that we're breaking free from that system. I don't know what I just saw here. That makes me very skeptical, unfortunately. But the Jesuits basically control everything. They control Israel. A lot of people are like, this is all Israel dominated. The mystic guy that was going to come out, and he was talking to President Trump right there. He's Israeli. So everybody's like, oh, it's all about Israel. No, Israel is controlled by the Jesuits too, guys. Right? If you've heard Leo Zagami on my show, he basically spells it all out. It's all Jesuit control stuff, right? So let's look at a little bit more of this, where we go into the gematria. Because gematria in these events, when you start to see it, like the red flags that I saw, as far as like, you know, the Secret Service, the guys he's running by, all these different things, makes me skeptical and makes me go bullshit, right? Now we go to another level with it, and you start to see other things further down, deeper, and you go, okay, this was a staged event, right? So let's look at the numbers games with Zachary Hubbard. He goes into the gematria of all these different events. We can see, you know, what's going on when we look at the gematria. It's all planned, all staged.
Well, my daughter was up, so I couldn't do, you know, a really thorough decode, but we already nailed it enough. This is going the extra mile and proving beyond a shadow of a doubt how contrived this is, how planned it is, how it is no doubt the work of the federal government. We're going to see how this pays perfect tribute to the Reagan assassination, March 30th, 1981, at the same Washington Hilton. They're already
all right, so right there, it's the same Washington Hilton where the assassination attempt was done on Reagan. And he's going to go into Brady. Now, it's the Brady press room now, Brady press room. And they said multiple times President Trump was going to brief in the Brady press room. Now, watch and see the numbers. The 33 degree Mason, right? 33 jumps in here all over the place.
This to the Luigi Mangione shooting outside the Midtown Hilton Hotel. Luigi Mangione, who assassinated the United Healthcare CEO reportedly, and I pointed out the day that happened, that was at the hotel where Trump was for the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel.
All right, so they're making references to that shooting. And as you just heard, that Hilton Hotel, Midtown Hilton Hotel in New York, has 47 stories. President Trump is the 47th president right now. So you're going to see these numbers all over the place. And when you start to see the numbers, you're like, okay, we see what this is.
It really is amazing how they put all this together. But again, we're going to look at, you know, Reagan shooter John Hinckley, how John Hinckley did it to impress Jodie Foster. We're going to get in the JFK piece. But we're going to look at this supposed teacher, Cole Thomas Allen. Of course, the supposed shooter at Butler, Pennsylvania, was also a Thomas, which means twin. And we have related rituals here. You could almost say twin rituals. We're going to put it all together, and then we're going to go back and look at how 10 years ago, I was talking about the coming Trump assassinations and a very specific number, 115. Like how today's the 115.
So that's what you can do with gematria. You can predict future events if you know the gematria of the deep state, you know, the Jesuits, how they basically control a lot of these events through numbers. They stage them so that they happen on certain dates. So they line up with different numbers that they use to make themselves like gods, right? So God, basically, when things happen, they happen on a level that's just incredible. It's unbelievably mystic. It's spiritual. They try to harness that through manipulation of numbers. So that's what we're going to see here as Zach's going to play it out.
Day of the year, and if Ronald Reagan were alive, he'd be 115 years old. Of course, he died 22 years ago at age 93, and go figure that today is exactly 93 weeks after the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting. And again, we're going to put it all together. There are so many layers to this, but it really is something else. And again, if you're new here, let me just pull up this calculator. What you see are 4 numerical values for the name Cole Allen, and we call these the base ciphers of the English language. Almost everyone instantly thinks this is stupid when they see this. It's just some sort of a programmed reaction, I would refer to it as, for everybody to almost react the same way. And it's sad, because that shouldn't be the reaction. It should be curiosity, intrigue. Tell me more. I want to know why this is relevant.
So when you pull up a gematria nadir, that's one of the things that's out there on the internet, gematria nadir. You put in names, numbers, and so forth. It's going to give you, gematria numbers like he's pointing out right here. Now, all these numbers that are displayed right here, he's going to go through each one of them and how they all line up with different numbers and events that are happening on this day and throughout history, manipulated history.
And some instant know-it-all, oh, that's dumb. Again, these are the 4 base ciphers of the English language, and they really do reveal everything about propaganda every single day. Again, the 4 base ciphers, the alphabetic order. A is 1 up to Z is 26. The alphabetic order with numerology. A is 1 up to Z is 26, but applying numerology to each letter. So Z, for example, the 26th letter becomes 8 because 2 plus 6 is 8. Y, the 25th letter, 2 plus 5 is 7. X, the 24th letter, 2 plus 4 is 6. XXX, 666. The other ciphers are just running the alphabetic order in reverse. Z is 1 back to A is 26 in the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. These 4 values of Cole Allen's name. Trump is 79 years old right now. 79 is the signature of the people who are responsible for the calendar and the language, and that is the Society of Jesus, which equates to 79. Their leader is Arturo Sosa, born November 12th. Today is 164 days after his birthday. As for the 34, today's 34 days before JFK's birthday anniversary, which is also the same day that John Hinckley was born. And we're talking about 2 Hollywood actors, Trump and Reagan, who both ran on Mega, who have all kinds of parallels. But yeah, today's 34 days before May 29th. Again, John Hinckley, which is also being brought up tonight as they talk about this. And then, the 47 should go out without saying, not to mention they're comparing this to the assassination outside the 47-story Midtown Hilton Hotel. And we're going to talk about a lot here, but if you've been watching CNN tonight, Van Jones is dressed up literally like the Joker.
So Van Jones dressed up as the Joker. So I had to look that up. I was like, what? And Van Jones is wearing the purple jacket of the Joker. And so let's see what Van Jones looks like on this day, or yesterday, last night. And there you see him in the purple Joker jacket. Let's see what he says right here.
No, which is that the shooter survived, which means on Monday he's going to court.
So the shooter survives. Van Jones is very distraught because he thinks the people are going to like play this out and so forth, and which they will, of course. Both sides are going to play this out. But you see here the Joker. If you don't remember the Joker's jacket, there he is, purple jacket. All right. Now, let's see what else we have to say about this. Now, Zach is not a fan of Donald Trump. He sees the gematria, the Jesuit stuff, and so he's critical of people that are connected with it, that seem to be instigating it. I am not of that. I believe in President Trump still. I don't completely know why this, lines with him. Is he really involved with the Jesuits, or is he playing along so that he can eventually take them down, which I believe, but we'll see going forward.
Like the Joker from Batman. And of course, Trump said numerous times, I am Batman. And when Trump was on trial in New York during Passover and he compared himself to Jesus, they did that right after they filmed the latest Joker scene in the same courtroom. Today is International Penguin Day. We love the Penguins today in hockey, just for the record.
All right, International Penguin Day. That was the 25th, yesterday, of course, last night. And here it is. World Penguin Day 2026, April 25th, right? And look how those penguins are dressed. Tuxedos. Interesting, right? So a lot of tuxedos were on last night. We saw those tuxedos. We'll show those a little bit further in. But let's listen to more Zach and basically revealing some more.
Because again, you see how rigged it is. The Penguins won their game today 4-2, win of the year. And of course, Penguin in the Batman series is known for wearing a bow tie. Again, that might seem like a stretch to a new person here. It's not. Today, we torch the world of sports like we often do. Again, it's how a lot of us have enhanced our lives. I have all kinds of haters in the world who are jealous of what I've accomplished. I've been up all day. I helped the community people make a ton of money off rig sports today. And I've been up all day decoding the news, taking care of family, doing a million different things. It is sad the lack of respect I get from the world.
All right, so I've done this as well. Many years ago, I basically told you a game that was the Super Bowl. I said exactly who was going to win and who was going to be the MVP. It happened just as I said. I even put money down on it. I told everybody who's putting money down on it. I wish they put a lot more money down on it, but I won big. But I don't play that game, right? I played it just to show everybody, and I don't go into that. I don't go into the stocks knowing the gematria of it. I just go in because I'm trying to make a lot of money on silver, right? So I do silver miner stocks. I don't bet or go into any other thing, even though I know gematria that can be utilized. Gematria can be utilized to predict a lot of things, like sports and so forth. But I don't want to dirty myself with that, right? So Zach, he puts, I don't know what he does, if he does, bet himself, but he puts it out there so that other people can bet. So that's one of the reasons why maybe you follow Zach, because he can help you make some money.
What I do every single day, grinding early until evening time and putting out nothing but undeniable truth that sadly most people just shun in an instant, which is the greatest mistake you could ever make, because it helps you see through the propaganda and you can take advantage of this knowledge with the rig sports and the rig market. Day after day, day after day after day. So anyway, let's go through this Cole Allen thing, and then let's talk about everything else, including Oz Perlman.
All right, so right here, you see this guy. Basically what they do is they have you take your shirt off, or they take it off so that, no hidden weapons. Of course, he had all kinds of weapons. He had a pistol, he had knives. So that's probably why they have him shirtless. Triage meaning, the person with the most serious wounds would have gotten transported, dealt with the first. But looks like there's nothing wrong with this guy. All right. It's a mystery, right? No, it's staged. Right. So that's what I think. So no wounds on this guy. I've seen him from different angles. You can go look at him. There's lots of video out there that shows him lying there, moving around like he's fine. I don't know why, because I'm looking at him, doesn't look like he's wounded at all. All right. And Secret Service agent, that was, unless you listen to some other reports, he died. But 31, of course, Charlie Kirk was 31 when he died. So maybe they changed their mind. I don't know. So you can make your own assessment, like I said. But all the information is there that this is a staged event.
Mentalist, the Israeli. A lot of people say, oh, see, it's Israel that did it. And remember, Israel's controlled by the same Jesuits that the U.S. is controlled by. And again, if you doubt the Jesuits control the U.S. because you don't know anything about history, the whole reason the Capitol is where it is in Washington, D.C. is because of the Jesuits. Notice Cole Allen, said to be 31 years old like Charlie Kirk, right? And remember, all these things are synced with the 31st Superior General of the Jesuits, okay? The 31st Superior General of the Jesuits. But yeah, again, Cole Allen's 79 and 47 in these ciphers, like we talked about. Trump is 79 years old. He's number 47. Today would be the 79th day of Ronald Reagan's age, who would be 115 years old. And here we are on the 115th day of the year. And you can rewind to what I showed you on the July 13th, 2024 shooting hoax, how it was 115 days before the election on November 5th, 115. The day in history the Jesuits tried to assassinate King James, but failed. And remember, in 2016, when Trump had his convention in Cleveland, like Grover Cleveland, the only split-term president until Trump, but Trump had his convention in Cleveland right after LeBron won the finals on the real King James's birthday, June 19th, 2016, for the 216. Again, all this stuff is one big joke. That was for the 58th U.S. presidential election, like the real King James died at 58. But anyway, think about it. The 115th day of the year, while Reagan would be 115 years old if he were alive. Just think about it. Just think about how perfect that is. And again, the big number with the Jesuits is 201. Today's 201 days to the Superior General's upcoming birthday. Today's 164 days after his last birthday, like Cole Allen. And again, 34 days to John Hinckley's birthday, which is also JFK's birthday anniversary, May 29th. Again, all four of the base ciphers clearly coming together in this ritual and tracing back yet again to the Jesuit leadership. And we'll also get to how it's synced with the Pope, because of course the Pope is who the Jesuits serve. And it also reminds of JFK being shot in Dealey Plaza, named after a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. But yeah, Brady was left disabled and died 33 years later from his injuries. The reason I'm bringing this up is because tonight, if you were watching the news, they kept saying that Trump is going to speak about tonight's scare at the correspondence dinner in the Brady room. They kept saying it over and over, and I was just like, I mean, why? How do they get away with treating us like a bunch of know-nothings? I mean, everything is just such mockery, and it's so blatant, and it's so obvious. They're talking about how it's the same building Reagan got shot at all night. Trump's going to speak in the Brady room, not to mention. Anyway, D.C. is the Masonic city. Reagan, the 33rd governor, Trump out to speak 33 minutes after the hour on the nose, and they do this every time. I hate when some jackass says, oh, you think they really are like bringing him out at the specific time? Yeah, I do, you fucking moron. I've been exposing it for over a decade. Get tired of everybody going like, what? How about just pay attention to the next one? Masonry, Drumpf, that's the Trump family name before they changed their name to the tarot cards. Police, false flag, teacher, Hilton, federal, secrecy, order, all 33 over and over and over and over. What's the Masonic headquarters address there in D.C.? 1733. Mason equals 17, Masonry 33.
All right. So I think that's enough. Zach tears it up. And every time one of these events happens, pretty much it's going to be exposed. Right. He's going to break it down, the gematria of it. And that's what it is. Right. Everything's gematria. So you could say, well, everything is gematria based. So you can come up with these numbers, you can play with these numbers, but you just saw that these numbers, when you look at all of them together, are, that's not something that they had to have like planned it out, guys, right? Everything was planned out. And what is it leading to? What is it leading to? Is this Jesuit thing going to be taken down? It will be because we're exposing it, right? Whether Trump's involved in that or whether we're going to do it, it's going to happen, right? Us being exposed to it, us bringing it out to the open like this makes a huge difference. There's going to be people that are going to, just like I, broke down the Charlie Kirk assassination. I broke down the Butler PA assassination attempt. I broke all these things down. And, you're going to continually see these events. And at some point, we're going to be like, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Another one of those, why do you guys keep doing that? We don't even care anymore, right? So that's where we need to get. But of course, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be butthurt that this is not, the real thing, right? And they're going to resist. They're going to be angry because they were fooled, and it's typical for human nature to attack the person that reveals an untruth to you quite often, right? So that this is where we're at with this false flag shooting. Again, you guys can do your own research. You can just totally discount all the evidence, all the professional, observation skills, and just come to your own conclusion that this is real. It's up to you. And I'm not discounting or criticizing anybody that comes to that conclusion. It is, there's so many things out there right now that are manipulated and controlled. It's like, is there anything that's real at this point? We are, all right. This video right now, where I'm breaking this down, this is real. But there's a lot of things out there that's tragically still manipulated. Imagine the expense and the coordination and the people that are involved in doing this bullshit, right? So it's tragic, because all that energy, money, and time and effort could be utilized to do something very positive in the world. So I pray and hope that we get to that point sooner rather than later. And that's why I disclose this information, even though I know it's going to be painful for a lot of people. And when there's pain, there's backlash, right? So central casting, that's right, Janet. A lot of that going on there, a lot of it. And so we should be hearing from Trump about central casting. All right. So that's my take on that assassination attempt. All right. So come to your own conclusions. Do your own research. At this point, hopefully most of you are like, I knew it right from the beginning. It was bullshit. It's like me. All right. I'm like, it's like with Charlie Kirk. I was doing a show when Charlie Kirk went down. Last night I was doing a show, and I didn't get to see any of that hokiness of that very grainy, video of that guy running up the hall. It's like, why is it grainy? You don't have any more video? So it's, maybe we will eventually. Maybe they'll CGI it like they did the planes crashing into the buildings of 9/11. I don't know, but we're definitely under attack from this Jesuit control system, and we have to expose it and eventually, I hope, destroy it and destroy it to the point where it never comes back again. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. Saturday, April 25, 2026. In the coming hours, JFK Jr. will step forward on EBS broadcasts, alive and ready to reveal the truth about the Kennedy legacy and the deep state coup. The storm has always had him in the shadows. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Saturday, April 25, 2026. They have now tried to assassinate Trump at least 5 times. Thomas Crooks shot him in Boulder. Ryan Routh shot at him at his golf course. Multiple plots by Iran. A gunman stormed Mar-a-Lago. Now the White House correspondents' dinner. This violent death cult must be disavowed. Be possible timing on Thursday, April 30, 2026. The old world ends. The EBS will activate Tesla free energy to the general public worldwide. The Tesla protocol includes the quantum financial system. FISA surveillance expires and all intercepts must be acted on before 30th of April. Epstein hearing subpoenas must be issued before April 30th. Juan Savin on Telegram. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at 3:33 UTC, a pulse from Cheyenne Mountain will ignite Phase 7 of the QFS activation. Before Friday 1st of May, get your ID confirmed on the new quantum financial system. Between Sunday, June 28, 2026 and Friday, July 3, 2026, confirmed ID citizens in each country would receive a strange secure link to the new quantum financial system. The link will walk you through how to onboard onto your new money account, wallet, where you already have a digitized asset-backed sovereign balance, plus have mirrored your old bank account balance. If you suddenly receive a strange secure link, it's not a scam, it's your portal. However, your ID must be confirmed before Friday, May 1, 2026. On Saturday, May 2, 2026, Quantum Financial System activated, global access via QFS. Free for all, ending big pharma gatekeeping. Longevity becomes reality. Additional medbed pods deployed in major restored republic centers. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens, water event, stock market crash, global martial law, Castle Rock scenario. Julian Assange, quantum systems. Project Odin switched on, Nizara/Jazara/RV, election flipping via military courts, FISA, military tribunal/confession/10-day movie, 3 times 8-hour sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Israel/Khazarians control CCP. The media etc. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media out of the US. Project Odin, as mentioned by Ron Code Monkeys, is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper etc. and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence, stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide, switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy. Knocking out media satellites, QFS, rods of God on dams and 34 buildings and much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant. White House, Royal Castles, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will Precision Cyber link to Executive Orders 13,818 and 13,848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes now backed by precious metals. Are we still comfy? Or are we scared? A little bit of both is normal. Trump keeps his promises. Have faith in the Lord our God. He will comfort you through the storm. Who saw in January up to 10 countries at once have their power all turned off by the Space Force. Just before that, Israel had that happen for 30 minutes too. If they can turn 10 at once off altogether, they can do the whole lot. Welcome to Tesla. Blackout necessary. Have a look at all the global military exercises now being put in place. It's all happening in front of you. It's the largest global military operation in planet Earth's history. Transition to Jazara/greatness. Now they just have to play out a fake World War III scenario to ring sirens in every national military command center. This is to justify to the whole entire planet many things that have been taking place already. The fact that Jazara military law has been in place. The secret military tribunals, confessions etc. the executions, the lot. And like all militaries normally do, they will help build new things. Saturday, April 25, 2026. The global EBS announcement will come with 7 trumpets sounding on our cell phones worldwide. Quantum connected on Telegram, President Trump will give out 7 messages on our cell phones instructing us to tune into our TVs to the Emergency Broadcast System (EBS). The White House next step was MARS, Military Auxiliary Radio System. Starlink will have total dominance, cabal backdoors eliminated. All screens, all channels around the world will carry one broadcast in all major languages. The EBS will give out 7 messages from President Trump and urge us to tune into our TVs, radio and internet, where full disclosure will be shown in sequenced 8-hour documentaries, 3 times a day for 10 days, to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window was being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. A 10 days of darkness window will open with the communications blackout to install secure systems. During that 10 days the internet and ATMs will not work. Banks will be closed. All TV and radio programming will be taken over worldwide by Global Military Alliance broadcasts. Phones will only work for 911 calls worldwide, but we can obtain a signal app from the military which will secure the phones for regular use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. During this period, the truth will be delivered without interruption, election fraud proof, child trafficking exposures, bioweapon crimes, Fort Knox audit bombshells. Saturday, April 25, 2026. Breaking now. U.S. military units in high gear on EBS training, full control of TV, phones, and internet being prepared now, Nizar and Jazar on Telegram. Military units at key installations have pushed emergency broadcasting system drills into high gear right now in April 2026. Loyal Pentagon commanders coordinate with Northern Command, Space Force, and National Guard to prepare the override for military control of all phones, TVs, radios, and internet in America. President Trump is central to this effort. Since his January 2025 inauguration, executive orders have reformed communications, secured Starlink, and eliminated propaganda funding. He signed the Readiness Directive in early 2026. Training now finalizes protocols for perfect activation. Long ago global elites created a shadow power structure using banks, organizations, and captured agencies to funnel tax dollars into black budgets for bioweapons, election interference, and anti-patriot surveillance. The 2020 steel tied directly to these networks behind open borders and mandates. After Trump's 2024 landslide, deep state sabotage failed against military placements in key nodes and Space Force satellite oversight, exposing the full fraud. 10 days of control are ready. Networks go dark for military broadcasts and text alerts revealing Russia collusion, lawfare on supporters, and child exploitation protections. Starlink hardened signals prevent sabotage as the EBS severs the control grid threatened by Trump. Citizens will see the truth about debt slavery, divisions, and replacement agendas. Trump directs from the White House focusing on sovereignty in April 2026 as drills complete. This arms patriots to defund agencies and rebuild America. April 2026 training is the final step before truths flood the nation unfiltered. The Republic reclaims its soul. Sovereignty returns. Control ends. Before the 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026 and economic reset, secure the official Trump 250th anniversary badge now. Marked "In God We Trust" in 250th anniversary, it grants access to NISA and QFS payouts. More badges secure higher tiers, larger transfers, and priority. Holders connect via redemption centers. Without one, patriots may miss distributions. Saturday, April 25, 2026. CBS activated, nationwide blackout in progress, Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The storm is upon us. In a dramatic turn of events shaking the foundations of power in Washington, D.C., multiple high-profile figures from what many are calling the deep state cabal are reportedly being taken into custody as part of a sweeping operation. Sources close to the situation claim that the